are already just like, ugh.
ready for an air show.
Violent washing machine.
Coming in hot.
It is so good to be us. Welcome everyone to Naval Air Station Oceana in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Hi everyone, I'm Steph Strickland.
And I'm Brittany Pydras. We're here to showcase the Navy's air superiority with the spectacular annual NAS Oceana Air Show 2025.
Today, unlike yesterday, is a ponytail hair day. Someone who does not need a ponytail but's going to join us on set to talk a little bit about the weather is Ricky Matthews. So he is a well-known meteorologist in this area and also reports for one of our dear friends of the show, Air Show Stuff. So Ricky, I know you flew with the Blues. I know that this has been a great weekend for you because you've been coming to this show since 2002. But could you do a little work for us and give us a weather report? Because this is causing some issues for us today.
Yeah, the winds are a little bit stronger than yesterday. So basically what happened last night, a little backdoor cool front came through right here on the coast. There's a low pressure system off the coast. And so what's happening is that gradient between the two is kind of squeezing out a little more wind today. So far, winds about 15 to 20 gusts so far this morning. That's caused some issues, not just here at the surface, but also aloft, because winds increase usually as you go up in altitude. They're gusting up to around 30, 35, a little bit higher up in the sky.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Stick around for the day. And I don't know, I think if you want to get back into the weather gig, we got to take you on the road with us, Ricky. We would love to have you. Let me ask you finally, what's your favorite part about this air show?
Allowing everyone to come out and just see the stuff that we see. You know, living here in Hampton Roads, you hear and see these jets every single day, but you don't get to go up and see them up close and interact with the people who are flying them as they go over your head in the ocean front. This air show allows the public the opportunity to do that, and it's just such a cool thing to do every single year.
Oh, I love it. Hey, Ricky, thank you. Can I also put you to work for me in another capacity?
What's up?
Can you go grab that woman in the black hat and tell her to send the skydivers over? Because I want to get them on the set
We'll
next.
do it. Yep.
Look at this. Not only a meteorologist, but also a
He's
production
working.
assistant. He's a PA for us. Ricky, thank you so much. I love that. So, Brittany, this is where we're at. But while we have a minute, we do want to tell you a little bit about the history of Oceana, because it's a pretty incredible base. So Oceana, just so you know, was actually commissioned as a naval auxiliary air station to support World War II operations. You can see right here in some of these historical photos. It was established to locate German submarines in the Atlantic and served as an auxiliary landing field for pilot training. Following the Korean War, it was officially renamed NAS Oceana and became the Navy's East Coast master jet base, specializing in fighter attack aircraft, and it continues in that role today. Now, I have to tell you, Brittany, while we are talking about this base, the check-ins online have started. So, Ashley, glad to know you're excited to see the Raptors coming up today. We've got England checking in on the live stream. We have got friends. Culpy, hi, how are you? We see you out there. Glad that you're excited to see what we've got cooking for you today. So wherever you're checking in from on planet Earth, let us know, including right here in this area if you're out in the crowd waiting for something to happen, watching us on your second screen.
And Steph, this year also marks the 250th birthday of the United States Navy. 250 years of defending freedom and protecting prosperity. Happy birthday.
Welcome back, everyone. Those videos are so well produced. They get you super excited for what's going on out here at NAS Oceana. I want to introduce you right now to Captain Rob Littman, NAS Oceana Executive Officer, and about to get a big promotion, sir. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. It's going to be my honor to take over as commanding officer in February, but right now Captain Appisato still has the helm and
He's still the boss, right?
He's doing an outstanding job, as everybody feels and sees out here at the air show. It's been great.
You know, it was super neat to see your kids and how excited they were about all
they
this.
love the air show.
You're kind of a cool guy, but somehow you're cooler because you're producing, a part of producing the show. Tell me a little bit about what it means to the families and to everyone who comes out to see this.
I mean, the air show's for the kids.
Yeah.
It's for the kids. We're trying. It's not a recruiting event, but it's more of, this is an open house. We're showing off what we do. We're showing off what the men and women of the Navy do, what these incredible world-class civilian performers do. But seeing the kids' eyes light up when they see these performers, the static displays, all the cool STEM exhibits that are here, it's really what it's all about. And it's so much fun. My kids love it. It pains me a little bit that the F-22 is my oldest son's favorite performer, because it's an Air Force plane, not a Navy plane, but it is pretty cool. But the Blue Angels are incredible, and all the performers are awesome, and we look forward to it all year.
Looking at the crowds here right now, can you walk us through a little bit about the behind the scenes and what it takes to put on an incredible event like this?
I mean, it is unbelievable how much work goes. Our planning meeting for next year's air show is next week. Like, we start immediately. It's a year-long effort. We have over 1,000 volunteers. We have the best air show director in the world. Our whole team comes together, and what I keep hearing from everybody is how seamless everything is, from the special needs help to the parking, to the security, to fire, to EMS, to everything. They just work so well hand in hand, but it's an all hands effort. And the state, the city, federal, every component of the partnership that we have with our surrounding state and city and all the officials it's on display. It's incredible. I hope everybody feels it. It's a lot of work, but hopefully you don't feel like it's a lot of work when you're seeing it.
I have to say, we talked about it at Brief. Steph and I do many different air shows across the country, into Canada, and the word that has been used, I have said it multiple times, is synergy.
Yeah.
I've never
Yes.
experienced such synergy between all departments and all volunteers as I have here at
Absolutely.
NAS Oceana.
So
Absolutely.
what is the secret sauce? Because if I could bottle that up and take it with me, I mean,
I think people love showing off what they do. I think, for 364 days of the year, or 362 days of the year with the 3 days of the air show, we're heads down, protecting the nation, working hard. The nation's support is amazing, but it's somewhat, you don't see all the work that goes into it. And getting to open the doors and show them the incredible war machines, the work that they do, the engines that are taken out of the airplane, some of the stuff you don't get to see ever if you don't come to an air show. People are proud of that. And I think, to your point about synergy, I see the volunteers who are volunteers. They don't have to be here. They're doing
they're not
it because
voluntold.
they're not voluntold. I mean, some probably are because
Yeah,
we need the
maybe.
numbers,
Right.
but they have a smile on their face. They're excited to be here, to show off what we do. And I think the fact that people love the air show and coming together with the community is what makes it special.
So I do want to brag on this. Brittany and I noticed this last year. I saw it again this year, and I know it's something you've worked really hard on. And I work on a fair number of military bases. The STEM program that you guys put on Friday,
Yes.
folks, thousands of school kids are bussed in cycles. They're wearing the same colored shirt so you can spot them in a sea of kids.
It's like M&Ms
Yeah,
all over.
yeah. Chaperones
Yes.
holding signs with the name of the school, and you turn them loose out here so
Absolutely.
they can get hands-on
Yeah.
into the world of STEM. Tell me a little bit about the sorts of things that those kids get to experience and do on Friday, because it really is unique.
Absolutely. So over 9,000 kids from
Yeah.
every Virginia Beach public school and every Chesapeake public school is welcome on the base during our practice day for Friday. Just like you said, they come like M&Ms in their different colored T-shirt.
M&Ms.
repping their respective middle school. And we have a 5-to-1 ratio of students to chaperones, so they're well cared for. It's safe. We let them run wild all over. There's over 55 vendors, over 200 individual touch points, everything from the Naval Academy. Last year we had NASA. We're hoping to get them back again. We just have so many cool things that they can see and do. And again, it's not about recruiting for the military. Some might want to be an engineer. Some might want to learn about how to make a jet engine for GE or another company. And they get to get in there. We have a guy that's Justin, who's amazing, who's building a computer. He starts Friday, the computer's complete on Sunday, and the kids get to place the little parts into the computer and build it and be a part of that. And by the end of the show, it's a functioning computer that they contributed
It's
to.
like 1 week wonder at Oshkosh,
Yes.
where they build a plane
Yep.
and you can rivet and
Yes.
touch it and feel it, and you walk away
Yes.
from that airplane and you sign a board because you were a part of building
Yes.
it. What a great
That's awesome.
exercise. Listen, I just can't thank you enough for coming down. I'm excited to work with you again in the future, and I just applaud. I deeply applaud
Thank
what
you.
you and all of the volunteers, right? They're not voluntold. All of the volunteers, all of the security forces, all of the staff, everyone coming together to make this work. It's really special, and I recognize people are watching us, by the way, from around the world. We've got Kathy in the UK checking in, Joseph. Well, okay, Joseph, you're right here. Just come on down to the show. But we've got folks watching from across the planet.
Well, I want to thank you guys.
Oh.
Having this ability for people that might not be able to make it out, come to the show and be able to see it and feel like they're here. You guys bring that to them and expand our audience, and we love having you here, and just thank you for what you guys do.
Man, we
And
have
Real
drunk the Kool-Aid.
fun fact. So last night I had the chance to meet two of your boys,
Yes.
your two boys, and they said, ask Dad a really hard question.
Okay, here we go.
And he whispered in my ear, Dad's a little nervous, and he goes, ask him who his favorite kid
Oh,
is.
come on.
I just had to tell you.
Yeah, that's
I got
actually
four.
very
I
correct.
love them all the same, but I will say my twin girls have me wrapped around their fingers.
Of course, as it should be.
It's all
As
about
it
the
should be.
family. Thank you.
Thank you,
again.
sir.
Thanks for
Appreciate
having
it.
me on.
All right, so as we check in with our producer, Craig, our director, letting us know where we're headed next, and Brittany gets her selfie ready, we also want to let you know we've got skydivers in the wings. We're going to bring them on the set here as we get ready to wait for the anthem. Hi, we're cameras everywhere. I love. Oh, she's embarrassed because I just called her out on the air.
There
I
we
love that
go.
for us.
We have fun.
We do have fun. Sir, thank you very much. I'll
Thank
take
you
those
very much.
headsets back from you. I know you're busy. You've got folks here getting ready to take you away. Thank you, sir. All right, stay with us for a second here, folks.
From the staff here at Pearl DC,
And taking a look right now at the blue and gold. That is Lieutenant Commander Connor O'Donnell's jet, call sign Buddy.
Buddy.
We love Buddy. Buddy was the announcer. Fun fact, sometimes we try, because we're idiots, to make them crack and break, and we do silly things as we are wont to do on the set. And I tell you what, he never takes our bait. He's a highly trained professional, as we say. So we're looking forward to seeing the Blue Angels fly later. But take a look at what's going on right
Steph.
here, right now. Hi, everyone. Hi. Wave. Hello.
This is so much fun. So this is Suffolk skydiving,
Yes.
and tell us a little bit. Usually you're up in
Should
the
be up
sky
there.
right now.
Yes, we would
getting
love
ready.
to be up there today, but
Look at that.
unfortunately the winds are out of our limits for jumping.
Okay.
So, play on the safety side. Every once a good show, and we'll leave it up to the Blue Angels today to take care of that for us.
You don't want to jump here and end up 30 miles down
Yes.
that direction?
So we actually calculated the spot this morning, and where we did the beach jump last night was
Yeah,
where
that
we
was
would
so
have
great.
to get out to make it here.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes, so it was about 2 miles away. So we were a little, reluctant to not have the show going.
I respect the
Yes.
safety call. Could you do me a favor? Can you introduce yourself to the
Yes.
folks watching out there? Since I literally just was like, come on the set now. I don't know
Hey,
what's happening.
that's
And
great.
You rolled with it. Thank
My
you.
name is Mike. My wife and I own Skydive Suffolk. We bought it back in 2013, and this is the team that we've
The crew.
the crew
Hi.
that we've built up to perform this great show. So we have so much fun.
You guys, tell me a little bit about the beach blast too, because we were down there actually
Oh.
having a proper dinner, watching all of the magic
Yes.
unfold. You guys, that's some sexy.
Now,
jumping.
did you get
That's
to see the
nice.
pyro?
Yes.
The pyro,
Yes.
you
So-
smoked out
Yes.
everybody
Yeah,
when
you
you
did.
came in. Everyone
Awesome.
was like, what's happening?
That's a great attention grab.
It is.
Yeah. So we go up to 10,000 feet, and we got theater pyro that we wear on our ankles, and we fire it. So we do this. We build a big round circle, we call it. Everybody's holding hands, and we fire off the pyros. That's what gives that big tunnel
It's so
tower
cool.
looking
It's
of,
so
of
cool.
fire. So it was kind of cool. And then as we break apart, you kind of see it break apart, which is kind of cool. And then everybody's got smoke that we wear when we're under canopy. And it's great effects. So it's a good attention grabber. You know, it's nice. It's a good lead in to the afterburner show that these guys do, which is amazing.
The whole thing is cool.
It
You
is.
need to get down here and
Yeah.
see it.
So I've had the chance to skydive a couple times,
Oh,
but for
awesome.
those that are interested in skydiving, can you just let them know how do they get started? And is it really all that scary? You don't just put a parachute on and push them out.
No, not at all.
Walk us through that.
So if anybody's got a bucket list or a birthday or just, hey, I just need a change and I need to shake up my life a little bit, skydiving is a great way to do it. We ensure that everybody does tandem skydiving, and that is always with a certified instructor. And these guys take it, and most of these guys back here are our instructors as well. So we're a little short-handed out there today.
winds will do that to you.
But a tandem is a great way to do it, and it's okay to be afraid. That's what these guys are for. They're really calm and collected, and they walk people through it. And there's safety briefs, and we get on the plane, and and I always encourage people, if you're really worried about it, come out and watch for a little bit. You know, there's a great restaurant out there. Just go have lunch, come over here and watch us jump for a little while, and it's a good time.
I am no stranger to adrenaline.
Okay.
And I do really dumb things constantly in my life. Skydiving, I was afraid of, and I did it. So
Did.
I'm just going to speak as someone who was like, that's the
Yes.
last thing that sounds appealing to me. I loved it beyond
Good,
belief. So he
good.
really is, he's telling you the truth. If you think, just consider
Do it.
Yes.
Approach it slowly.
Try it once.
Yeah.
You know, we get people that come down and they're like, "Can I just get back on the plane?" And
Yeah,
we'll
that's
get
right.
people that kiss the ground and be like, "I'm so happy I did it.
See you later."
I will never
Yeah.
do it again." So
Check.
you know, it's all
Check.
exactly. It's all walks of life. You get that bucket list check, and people are happy they did it, and it is a life-changing experience for a lot of people.
Yeah,
so
it's-
we do the veterans jumps and right after Memorial Weekend, and we take a lot of the wounded veterans as well onto the beach where we were jumping, and it's a great opportunity. It's a healing process for them as well.
Well, thank you. We are waiting on the anthem, which is about to start. Give a wave. Thank you so much. Although not jumping
Yeah.
today, they're here on the ground.
I
We never
love
get
that.
to see
Yay!
you.
Oh, yeah, you get right in there. Do we have everyone? Okay, watch me just shrink down. So that awesome, you guys. Hey, thank you very much. We've got Skydive Suffolk. Enjoy, you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming down. Really
Thank you
appreciate
for having us.
Absolutely. I'll take those back from you right now. Thank you. And everyone's standing.
And now to the anthem.
See by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and and gentlemen, that was Mahika Sakrape, a junior at Ocean Lakes High School Math and Science Academy and a cadet captain in the Civil Air Patrol. And look right now as the history flies. And we will be right back. Stay tuned.
At the Navy Exchange Service Command, we take care of our own. Active duty, retirees, veterans, and reservists. NEXCOM is with you throughout your military journey, working hard to support you and proud to provide you and your family with exclusive benefits that will never end. Shop and save on brands you love, in store and online, all tax-free. We take care of you with an at-ease hospitality, whether you're on PCS orders or relaxing on leave, at home or overseas. We support all who wear the uniform, past, present, and future. Our teams keep you supplied at sea with comforts and essentials, ensuring access to technology, connecting you to family and friends. Since 1946, NEXCOM has been paying it forward, giving back 100% of our earnings to support Navy families. You have your mission. Our mission is you.
This year, we are celebrating 250 years of U.S. Navy courage, honor, and commitment. At the Navy Exchange, Ashley Furniture honors that legacy with incredible furniture values, and you'll sleep easy on Ashley's Nectar mattress, America's most awarded mattress. And meet Mod Max, modular, washable, and ready for every mission. Ashley Furniture, available now at the Navy Exchange.
And welcome back, everyone. So with a little bit of changes, obviously because of the winds and probably because of the cloud ceilings later, we will see how things actually shake out. We just had the F-35 fly over, we had pyro go off on the field, and we have a show. And what that looks like remains to be seen. So you're along for the ride with us.
Let me, Steph, though, I want to give you a little bit of a rundown on what you're going to expect in the show. So coming up, we're going to have our search and rescue demonstration. That is going to be with the C-130. We will also have the helicopter come in, the Jayhawk with it. Super excited to see it. Gentlemen were on the set with us yesterday, and they said, we really appreciate it. Sometimes the Coast Guard gets overlooked.
Yeah.
And so we're really excited to see their demonstration. After that, Greg's coming up in the T-33, the shooting star. We're going to have some pyro attached with that as well, followed by Wing Walker Sam and Mike.
Yep.
Don't forget Mike. But one of the great things about the live broadcast, it surprised me yesterday, is how close we actually have a camera up by Sam where she is standing and doing her wing walking. And you're going to want to stay tuned for it because it was something I've never seen, and we had a chance to talk to them. But the onboard images are truly incredible.
This broadcast comes together thanks to Patriot Production Group alongside with Live Air Show TV, which airs the content, and Onboard Images with Mark McGinn, a name on our side of the house well known in the industry. So as we launch this live broadcast today, and you'll have an opportunity to see into the cockpit as people fly, it takes a lot to be able to bring you those images live. And the one that she is referencing also with our cameras placed on scissor lifts. So we've got really powerful cameras placed high above the crowd. Watching Sam interact with her husband as he flies the plane that she is walking on is pretty spectacular. So again, I think things are getting, not the meteorologist here, he's just standing off to the side, but we're definitely keeping tabs on that, and certainly our celebrity air boss, Wayne Boggs, upstairs is running the show here and paying attention to all of those different aspects. And as we get a show underway, we look forward to bringing you all that content, including hopefully Sam and Mike.
And not only do we have wing walking, but we're going to have Hayden Prophet in the jet truck, Hot Streak 2, going to race Mikey, and they had a little competition. You know how right behind here, we call it our taxi cam.
Oh, yeah.
because they will be taxiing right in, going down a 180 and coming back. And it turned into a bit of a competition.
It was great.
On who could outdo who on the camera. So we'll let you know with the taxi cam. But Hayden, I mean, it was a heat wave. He lit up.
He has jet engines on the back of his vehicle.
Behind us. And Boss said to us, he goes, I'm glad you ladies still have your hair today.
So speaking of taxiing, we got to get into this. We asked viewers like you to submit questions that they wanted to ask Super Hornet pilots. So Bruce and Dallas asked, how do pilots turn their airplanes on the deck of a carrier?
So we'll steer via the rudder pedals down here. So obviously left to go left, right to go right. I will engage the nose wheel steering via this little red button here. This is my nose wheel steering button. Once I'm engaged, that puts me in low gain. Once I'm on the deck of a carrier though, as soon as we land, we fold our wings to save, another 10 feet of space. And then when we click into our nose wheel steering, we'll hit it twice. We go from low gain to high gain. Don't quote me on the numbers again, but I know low gain gives you right around 30 degrees of turn via the nose with the rudder pedals. When I click in the high gain, I get, I believe, like 63, I think is the number. So when I hit the rudder pedals in high gain, I'll get up to 60 degrees of turn with the nose. And again, I'm steering the whole time with only my feet. I got nothing else in my hands other than just engaging the nose wheel steering. As soon as we are parked or not moving, we'll set our parking brake and we'll disengage the nose wheel steering just in case so we don't hit anybody with the nose wheel, because the launch bar is up there as well, so we don't want anyone around that, or I don't want to accidentally hit that and hit somebody with that launch bar. So as soon as we're parked, stop, launch, or parking brake set, we'll go ahead and disengage nose wheel steering so we're safe for everyone to be around the aircraft.
That's Shy Ronnie there, and my favorite Shy Ronnie story actually involved an air show I was doing in New York. So they land, and I come up to sort of do my own version of Ask the Pilot, and I said, we're live on Facebook in this situation. I asked Shy Ronnie, tell me a little bit about some of the maneuvers you do, and the whole team still gives him grief about this to this day. So if you're here in Virginia and you're watching this and you know him, shoot him a text and just let him know we're still talking about it. He proceeded to, on this Facebook Live, outline the entire maneuver package. Mind you, they fly for like 25 minutes. So
the whole thing.
And I was like this, holding the camera like, and we're all kind of looking at each other. I love he and his wife, and they've got a new baby in the family, and it is one big airshow family. So that's a story that still brings a smile to my face.
It is a lot of fun.
Do you know we have people checking in from South Africa? So Mikey, hello from South Africa. We've got Hector watching from New York. Speaking of New York, we've got Chris watching from Temecula, California. I do want to give a special happy birthday to Fortnite fan turning 9. This is a family-friendly show. We are glad you're watching, and we hope you have a wonderful birthday.
I love that. The F-35 right now, it was great. We had an opening with the pyro, as we talked about before, but getting them taxied back in right now, and I can see at the end of the runway, we also have the C-130 waiting. There we go. Our Coast Guard, the team getting ready for the demonstration as we bring in our Warbirds from the museum, Aviation Museum, just a little ways from where we are now.
You say a little ways, but they are quite far. The camera work and our ability to get if we stop talking right now, you would not hear them. They are quite far down the runway from us, but the shot itself is absolutely stunning, watching these birds land right here. Okay, let's watch this quietly. Just floating down the runway. It is gusty. We have on set with us now CT from Warbird Thunder, Chris Thomas. Chris, you've flown a million airplanes, so we're all sitting here just watching this landing.
Yep.
What are we thinking about the winds today?
Well, the wind is actually blowing straight down runway 5, so it changes the conditions a little bit from yesterday. So as a team for us, we've already kind of begun our discussions and our briefing about how we're going to adjust some maneuvers so we keep everything centered, rate and show center for the crowd.
Explain that when you're making adjustments. Does that mean just moving your frame of reference, or what changes?
So if you picture the fact that the air is just like a river moving, so if you're in a boat and the boat's moving at 10 miles an hour, if the river's moving at 5 and you're going downstream, you're really covering 15 miles an hour of ground. Conversely, you're only covering 5 miles of ground going the other direction. The air's a fluid, so it's the exact same thing. So when I'm inbound with my partner, we're coming downwind, being pushed by the wind, we're indicating about 200. Today's conditions, we're probably doing about 210 or 220. That means when after we've split, we've done our heart and we've separated, that means ideally for everything to remain perfectly at show center, we would both be indicating the same speed. But now I'm being pushed downwind 20 miles an hour, so I've covered more distance, so I have to adjust a few of my maneuvers. So we meet once again head-to-head show center.
I think your mom Mimi probably loves that extra. Hi Mimi, we know you're watching.
CT, a question for you. You're going to be flying later today in the show, and it's formation flying with Buick. Can you tell us, how does that get started? Because we have the opportunity to see how close the two of you get and that trust and that communication. Walk us through a little bit about the behind-the-scenes communication and building that trust.
So we've got a long history of flying together. We actually came from a different air show team. We spent, he was there for 15 years and I was there for 7. So we've got hundreds of hours being several feet from each other. So we've got a high degree of trust. In formation flying, it's very standardized. The word is very predictable. He knows what I'm thinking and I know exactly what he's thinking. Communication, formation flying is a way to safely move large groups of airplanes with hand signals. You can tell somebody to crank up the gear, comes from World War II, cranking the gear, adjust your prop, ease it, moving the power. So everything can be done with hand signals. In the show, we can keep it smoother, and it's with the inflection of your voice. Same thing as the Blue Angels or the Thunderbirds.
Yes.
You know.
Let's give a minute, because he's right behind us now, as you're about to see. I'm going to put my hands on my ears, try to give myself a little more hearing protection. What a great shot.
So everything's really done, you know, with the tone of your voice and the inflection. So it's the beat. We would practice clicking a pen. So if we had a pen, you know, when we would do our walkthrough on the ground, practicing talking about the wind today, it would be smoke on now, click. Or smoke gone now, click. And it has to be on the beat. And if our pens don't click at the same time, we stop. What's going on? Where's your head? What are you thinking about? So
I didn't know that.
It's all very synced. But when we, like, so for example, he's below me and we're going to do a roll. Nose coming up, pause and roll, versus nose coming up, pause and roll. It's the speed at which I'm going to do things. He's feeding off of that, and that helps keep everything a little bit more predictable.
CT, when you fly today, we will be thinking about that. We've got our SAR demo underway, so we're going to go ahead and get to that narration. Thank you very much to you and Buick. Have a wonderful flight today. We appreciate you coming down here and spending some time with us before that SAR demo got going.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, we're going to do a quick selfie, but keep an eye on your screen right there. You can see we've got our C-130 underway.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the air show, the U.S. Coast Guard Search and Rescue Demonstration. It is the C-130J Super Hercules crew from Air Station Elizabeth City, North Carolina. And there we go, introducing the C-130, again joining us from Air Station Elizabeth City, North Carolina. The mission, a variety of missions for search and rescue, also law enforcement, logistics, migrant and drug interdiction. We're going to have the opportunity to see the demonstration here, something that we often don't have the opportunity to see. So they're going to go through and demonstrate a survival gear airdrop as they do the belly pass right now with the blues below them. On that belly pass, if you noticed the black dot out there, the dome of the aircraft, that surface search radar, opportunity to track in the water and on land. Oftentimes, This aircraft during a search and rescue is going out during very difficult times with weather, tides, winds, rain, and a little bit of everything. So today we're excited to have them here on a beautiful sunny day. Right now, the C-130 is going to set up for its first pass. This will be the opportunity that we will see the payload drop as we get a flare going on the ground for them to spot and inspect. The crew on here, 2 pilots, 1 loadmaster, and 2 drop masters. The loadmaster is, of course, managing weight and balance and assisting the pilots, and the drop masters prep and deploy survival gear from the cargo ramp, and we might be able to see an up-close look as they get ready to do their payload drop on this run. Just at the end of the runway right now, our search and rescue, the C-130, getting ready to begin the demonstration. Wow, incredible shot right now. The American flag, the C-130, and a demonstration of what this machine does on a regular basis. Those 4 Rolls-Royce engines, up to 4,700 horsepower each. The cargo bay door open now as they go through. There is the payload master dropping the survival gear right now. Look at that. Parachute might get drug a little bit with the winds. I think they said about 13 knots here. You can see the statistics of the C-130, the length. Nice big machine flying there. The Coast Guard, again, a special thank you to them taking the time to bring their equipment here to put on the demonstration and also to join us on the set the other day. And just as they take off, we have coming in the Jayhawk, the MH-60T Jayhawk. It has a crew of 2 pilots, 1 flight mechanic, and 1 rescue swimmer. The station averages 300 search and rescue missions annually in South Carolina to Virginia, all the way to Bermuda. And their typical missions often are mayday calls, overdue vessels, and medevac. So we're gonna have an opportunity. The door is open. They're going around the payload right now. So this is the opportunity where they are evaluating the situation. They will then select deployment, which will be a free fall, a sling, a harness, or a direct deploy. Today will be the harness deployment that we will have the opportunity to see as they get ready to do that right now. Typically, a swimmer would swim to the victim, assess the situation, prepare for recovery, and just like CT was talking about, uses hand signals to help communicate back up to the team on board. Now, usually they have a basket, which is their primary equipment. Today we see the sling, and they also have a physical grip. So going down right now, you can see the hand signals, also utilizing it to move his body into position, going over to the dummy and putting the harness on during the rescue. So this demonstration is the sling augmented double pickup, and there it is, the double pickup. Dummy safely in the harness, heading back up to the Jayhawk. The Jayhawk performance cruises at 125 knots, a max of 180, 600 nautical mile range, and 6+ hours of endurance. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that, our search and rescue demonstration, again coming to us from Air Station Elizabeth City in North Carolina.
What an outstanding demo. Brittany, it's so cool to see how that all unfolds in this way, because often when these rescues happen, we don't have an opportunity to see it firsthand. So look what the cat drug in. Two great friends of mine from the Rhino Demo Team. I want to let them introduce themselves to you. We'll talk a little bit about the profile that they will fly here in a minute. Gentlemen, take it away. Mike, we'll start with you. Introduce yourself to the masses.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm Lieutenant Commander Mike Segala, call sign Longshot. I'm joined here by Lieutenant Mason Luthen, call sign Scooter McGavin. We're part of the Super Hornet F-18 Rhino Demonstration Team. So if you think about it, obviously we have the Blue Angels directly situated behind us. We fly the same aircraft, but rather than a formation-based flight, it's a single tactical demonstration, so about 14 minutes long, max afterburner for about 50% of the show. Turning and burning, trying to demonstrate what this aircraft's capable of doing down low.
I was telling the story about when I asked Shai Rani to describe the profile, and he talked for 25 minutes and outlined every single maneuver. We won't do that today. But tell folks what you do versus what you do. We'll start with you.
So Shai Rani's a little bit more intelligent than me, so that all adds up. But yep, so I'm in the front seat, Scooter's in the back. So obviously I'm pretty much the stick monkey there, so he's pretty much directing me from the back seat. But obviously stick and throttle's in the front, and I guess Scooter take it away from there.
Yep, just kind of ensuring the safety of the show, and then making sure we're hitting all our marks and numbers there in the back seat. And it's definitely the best seat in the house for the actual demonstration, is being back there with Longshot and having a good time.
Judging.
It's better with two.
Yeah.
It is. You know he's judging. He's like, man, you really got to get it together. No, I'm totally teasing.
He is my strongest critic. So.
Yeah. As it would be.
Now, gentlemen, we were telling the audience about our taxi cam. Are we going to be able to maybe have you on camera later after the demo?
Sure thing. We'll stop right by. I don't know if we can do a full burnout.
Yeah.
Some of the other guys
That's what happened
doing.
yesterday. So.
But we'll certainly stop by. It's always a privilege to, especially at our home field, you know, do this show in front of so many people, especially friends and family. I've got my dad here.
Picture in picture. It's quite a long ways off, but our camera work is spectacular. It allows us to basically deliver these shots to you from quite a distance, and that is something that we're very proud of. Let's take a look.
I love this. The crew this morning on board. Boss has a little extra time and asked, why not give another pass? So as they come overhead, take a look once again, the C-130. Oh, I love that. And just as that happens, we are going to turn things over.
Smoke on.
To Acemaker with Greg Collier. Greg Collier taking off in Acemaker, the shooting star, getting things set up for his performance. We were going to have the opportunity to see some vertical rolls, split S's, loops, Cuban 8s, and so much more as he gets things set up. Let me tell you a little bit. Founder and owner of Acemaker Aviation, a native Californian, many of our pilots out there was inspired at a very young age. He took his first flight at 7 years old in a Cessna 182, and he has been hooked ever since. The beginning of the jet era. In just a moment, we're going to see the smoke on and look at the incredible profile of the T-33. As Greg gets set up, coming around. Oh, I love that. The profile is something that is so unique. So many of the kids out here love how different it is, and it truly stands out, and we'll have the opportunity to see that during his flight today. Greg has been flying for over 4 decades after earning his license in 1982 while serving in the U.S. Army from 1982 to 1987. And we have one last pass as we say farewell to the Coast Guard. And just as the Coast Guard goes on its final way, we have in the box, smoke on, ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, tuning in, you can see right now the T-33, the shooting star, one of the most iconic jet trainers in history. This 2-seat single-engine jet trainer developed from the famous P-80 F-80 shooting star and the first operational U.S. jet fighter. The T-33 first flown March 22nd, 1948. It was designed by the legendary Clarence Kelly Johnson of Lockheed Skunk Works, and same mind behind the U-2 and the SR-71. Let's talk a little bit about the mechanics of the T-33. The engine, one Allison J33 turbojet, producing 5,400 pounds of thrust in later models. Again, a crew of 2, a student pilot who would sit in the front seat and the instructor behind. The speeds up around 600 miles per hour in a range of 1,200 miles with those external tanks that we can see right here on the wingtips. The Shooting Star can climb to a ceiling of 48,000 feet. The dimensions 37 feet 9 inches in length and 38 feet 10 inch wingspan, and it stands about 11 feet tall. Greg, after leaving the service, worked keeping the skies safe for 27 years with the FAA as an air traffic controller at Oakland from 1988 to 2015, and his passion for flying has left him continuing to chase his hobby and his dreams. Occasional air show flying in the Beech T-34 Mentor, and then he imported a Russian L-29 Delphin jet in 2003. Now, a great story about Greg was the first time he had the opportunity to fly in the T-33. It was a friend of his, Kay Eckert, and after he took the flight, he knew he had to buy one himself. And not only did he buy one, but if you look at Acemaker Air Shows, he has 3 Acemaker 1, 2, and 3. Building to his fleet of the Shooting Stars. With over 6,000 total hours and over 2,500 hours in the T-33, he holds an ATP pilot certificate with instruments, single and multi-engine ratings, as well as being a certified flight instructor. And now demonstrating a dirty pass. You can see the gear down, everything out, as we welcome back right down the runway. Acemaker. Oh, that looks incredible. Now, if Greg is sticking to the script right now, we might be able to see a number of point rolls, which I love seeing in the T-33. It's just so unique. So we're going to take a look here and see if we're going to have him go through the point rolls. And as he continues around to get set up, right below him, we had our next act launching, which will be Wingwalker Sam coming up. There we go. Mike and Sam Tryggvason getting ready to go up next as we continue to tune in with Acemaker. And here we go, the point rolls right on time. 1, 2, 3, and 4, showing every angle of the T-33. Well, there we go. We had Greg Collier coming up next. Wingwalker Sam and Mike Tryggvason, Michael Goulian in the extra 330SC, and a race like none other with Hayden Prophet and Hot Streak 2. So much action coming up here at NAS Oceana 2025, the 250th birthday. And just like that, I said his name, and Michael Goulian is like, hey, Sam and Mike, I'm coming right behind you. We are getting the air show lined up. There he is. Spiky Mikey, taken to the sky.
Getting people lined up and launched is the work of our air boss, celebrity air boss, as we're fond of saying, Wayne Boggs, or as air show announcer Matt Jolly calls him, the yellow banana. That's not me, boss. That's Matthew. Regardless, there's an art to it. So making sure that people are ready to start either in the air or on the ground, as we watch right now as Greg Collier leaves the aerobatic box. It is definitely a juggling act, and one that requires a total understanding of the invisible fish tank of safety that exists above this field right now, so that if it's moving, if it has wings or rotors and it's moving in this airspace or a parachute, someone is aware of what's going on. I guess that also includes tires, because it's also what happens on the ground. All of it controlled by Celebrity Air Boss. I do see Chris Schneider with Mark McGinn onboard images out there wheeling around the antenna, so we can start to get prepared to bring you onboard images of Mike Goulian when he gets ready to fly. Seeing what happens inside the airplanes are amazing. I just talked to the F-35C demonstration pilot. He's on his way down here as well, so we'll have to talk to him about opening the show this morning. Smoke on as Greg Collier gets ready to land. So yes, Brittany, as you said, a lot in store for us.
We do. I'm really excited as we bring Greg back in for the video that you are about to see, the live feed with Sam as they are getting cleared into the box momentarily. This is, again, I said it yesterday, was the first time I saw this type of work done, and Sam was so excited to have that camera up there. But you will want to tune in and stick with us, because the smile on her face, you can't peel it off.
And you actually get to see it up close and personal with the work of onboard images.
And look at that, right on cue. Sam, just like she does quickly, has already climbed out of the cockpit and on top of the wings. At the controls of the Roaring Grumman Egg Cat biplane is the accomplished aerobatic pilot, her husband, Mike Tryggvason. The wonderful husband and wife duo. The smoke off the wingtips, her hands up in the air as they go up and over in a barnstorming loop. And her leg up in the air. As they complete the aileron roll, the Grumman Egg Cat, designed initially as a crop duster, but has been completely transformed for air show excellence. 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney 985 radial engine, a custom smoke system, and of course the wing rack on top. Sam says it is the best seat of the air show.
She made mention of her body working as a control surface on the airplane. Very deliberate what she does and when she does it. And that's Taxi Cam.
There we
Bye,
go.
Greg. See you at the next show.
Now, I want to tell you a little bit. There are more than just daredevils up there wing walking. When she's not at air shows, Sam works in the commercial space industry, where she makes maneuver recommendations for space science missions as a satellite collision avoidance engineer. She also served for several years in the military as a combat airfield operations air traffic controller. Whether it's space or air traffic control. She says her entire professional career has revolved around risk mitigation, and wing walking is no different. It's thrilling, it's challenging, and it requires the duo to identify every failure mode and engineer around that.
Brittany, Phil, watching us from the UK, just wants to say hi. He's back for day 2. We're glad you're with us, Phil.
Truly a ballet in the sky as she continues to go through removing parts that are connected a foot at a time. She has the lap harness around her, and she is removing a foot which is in a strap on top right there. She's just having a great time kicking around, showcasing wing walking. Now let me tell you a little bit more of her husband, the pilot, Mike Tryggvason. Again, in the engineering world, a mechanical engineer and airline pilot who has designed experimental equipment used on board the International Space Station and has even built rockets designed to go to space. We had the opportunity to talk to Sam and Mike last night, and I said, Sam, how did you get into wing walking? And in Sam-like fashion, she said, I think wing walking just kind of found me. And here she is coming back around. Now, we wanted to tell you before, you'll have the opportunity to see the communication, to see the partnership in this wing walking husband and wife duo with onboard images. As they come back around, you will notice and see Mike will power back on the aircraft so that way Sam can slowly start maneuvering right now off of the harness. To the side, she is facing her side into the wind, arms stretched out, waving to all of us on camera. Look at that, showcasing Mike. A round of applause. Look at that. Love the appreciation as Mike waves with a big smile on his face. I love that we can capture this stuff.
It's a beautiful moment.
So Sam and Mike say to everyone, this is wing walking, this is teamwork, this is courage in motion, and we are so thankful to have them here with us at NAS Oceana 2025. She just gave us a thumbs up to the camera as she unhooked. Oh, she loves that camera being up there. And you can see now empty, climbing back in. There we go. Wing walker Sam, Mike Tryggvason, the Egg Cat. Truly a dynamic duo.
I love the camera.
I do too. But did you see her?
Yeah.
She's
She
like,
knows
I'm
where
all
it
done.
is. Yeah. Just saying hi to the fam, watching on the television, on the YouTubes. She's already texted her and Mike, obviously not while she was flying beforehand, saying, hey, I want to come on the set again. Because I love that. She wants to bring Mike with her. We'll see. We'll see if our timing works out. It'd be great.
Now, just as they are getting set up, nice wing over approach to final. I hear a buzz up in the sky, zipping around, which only means Michael Goulian's going to be coming up in just a few moments.
CT mentioned the winds coming right down the runway, at least earlier when we were talking about it. Hopefully making for an easier landing. Yeah, it is windy.
And
Give it a
look at
wave.
waving. Now we're going to see, not sure if the taxi cam is going to work, but we're going to give it a try. Look at that. And just like we said, Michael Goulian getting ready to be cleared into the box. We will also have the race with Hayden Profit. And then things are going to get really loud as we fill the sky for Air and Power Demo.
We've got a person who goes by the call sign Spoon checking in. Hi, Spoon. We are glad you are watching the broadcast.
And here we go. Just like that. She barely stays. She has to get off for safety reasons, per protocol, to land. But as soon as they're touchdown, she's like, get me back up. Yeah, I want to go back to my favorite
So much more
seat.
room up here. Yep, there she is.
Oh, look, see that
I wish you could
smile.
hear the crowd, everyone. The crowd is going crazy. What a great reception for such a wonderful air show duo as they get ready to taxi behind us once or twice, just based on how they're moving. She's getting ready to come into our frame right now here on the set. Oh, she's giving us a wave. That's for us. That is for us on the broadcast, everyone. Yay! Yes! We love it.
The wiggles. All of it. I love it. We'll probably see them again when they come back.
That's great. It's like Christmas for us. Don't you? I get so excited. Like, you'd think I wouldn't, but I just get so excited.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have him cleared into the box. We're going to turn things over to Michael Goulian.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The man circling high overhead is a former U.S. national aerobatic champion, Red Bull Air Racer, and is one of the world's few aerobatic superstars. He's dedicated almost his entire life to extreme flying. Pentagon Federal Credit Union presents to you from Boston, Massachusetts, Michael Goulian. As Michael dives towards show center, that Hartzell propeller, powered with a Lycoming Thunderbolt IO580 engine, accelerates his airplane to over 250 miles per hour. Michael is known for giving his airshow performances 110% every time he flies. And by the look of that entry, that's not about to change today. Oh yeah, Mikey G, get after it! Ladies and gentlemen, it just doesn't get any better than this. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of Michael Goulian so far? Penn Fed Credit Union is a proud sponsor of Goulian Aerosports at air shows across North America. Since 1935, Penn Fed has provided some of the nation's best rates for loans, checking, and savings for our military communities and families. Now, everyone is eligible for great rates at Penn Fed. The sky's the limit in achieving your financial goals. Michael and Penn Fed want to thank you, the fans and participants of this incredible event we're honored to take part and support.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Hayden Prophet.
Woo! High five. He is so awesome.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, right now we have Mike Goulian getting set up right now in the extra as we just saw Hayden Prophet heading out to the runway, and there is going to be a race. Now, you saw us on set here. It was hot, and there was a lot of power. The power behind the Westinghouse J3448, originally used in the North American Buckeye T-2A aircraft. And Mike is getting ready, building up energy as he climbs up for a little altitude because he's going to want to maximize every ounce of power that he has. Playing a little chicken right now on the runway. Right there you can see Hayden Prophet, the grandson of legendary Hall of Fame drag racer Hayden Prophet, who was a 4-time national champion in NHRA and 2-time national champion in AHRA. Getting ready, a little hammerhead as Mike comes around. Hayden's warming things up in Hot Streak 2. Oh, there he comes right up behind him. Mike, we tell him every time, it's a lot of flames next to that carbon fiber. Now, if you're not familiar with Hot Streak 2, it's an 80-foot truck and trailer that transports the vehicle going from show to show across the country. And we talked to Hayden the other day, and he said it can go up to and just over 400 miles per hour. So depending on the conditions here, we're gonna see what this race looks like. And I believe they are lined up right now as Mike builds up some energy, getting things ready. The smoke is on, Hayden's ready, stacks are going, flames are out. Stand by, let's see who's gonna win this race. Hayden Prophet, Hot Streak 2, and Michael Goulian. And the parachutes deployed. Oh, Hayden, last time we said, I think you won. He goes, yeah, I don't deploy the chutes until I do.
That's exactly right.
Oh, so much fun. Love that. Michael Goulian, once again, there you see Hayden Prophet, Hot Streak 2. And let's take a look at the instant replay.
Yeah, Hayden nailed that one. Look at that with that wall of fire.
Oh.
You know it's good when everyone back here, the demonstration teams and everyone is applauding.
Yes.
Again, we love this stuff, and we're glad you love it too, no matter where you're watching us from.
Oh, I just love this. We felt the heat and the energy in our taxi cam that we shared with all of you just as Hayden was heading out to the runway, and then to feel and see the heat of the wall of fire there at the checkered flag.
Agarita watching us from Poland. Greetings, we're glad you're a part of the live stream today.
Thanks everyone for checking in. We really appreciate it.
Leslie from Wisconsin.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a short break. Coming up next, air empowered demonstration. Stay tuned.
On behalf of Navy Recruiting Command, Happy 250th birthday, Navy. Hoo-yah!
On behalf of the medical waivers team here at Navy Recruiting Command, happy 250th birthday, Navy.
On behalf of the men and women of the Navy Recruiting Command, happy 250th birthday, Navy.
On behalf of the team, building the next Navy dental and medical leaders here at the Navy Recruiting Command, happy 250th, Navy. Let's go!
I stay for the great managers, I stay for the teams that I get to build, but I also stay for the benefits that I get to take advantage of that give me security for me and my family's future.
We serve some of the best customers in the whole wide world. We serve our active duty military, our retirees, and their families.
Asurion is more than a tech company. We're a company built on care. And when you care about something, you protect it. Millions trust Asurion to protect their tech, but we protect so much more. The everyday items. The special purchases. The had-to-haves. And even the treasured pieces you just couldn't do without. It's our nearly 300 million customers, 19,000 employees, countless products protected, repaired, and replaced that all add up to a whole lot of care. Because if you love it, we'll protect it.
I said I'd never join.
Thought living on sub would be too hard.
I figured only the weatherman tracks storms.
I said my job wouldn't matter.
I couldn't even swim.
Joining the Navy sounds crazy. Saying never actually is.
People keep on asking me, do the ultra open earbuds stay on? I don't know. You tell me.
A legacy forged in the salt of the sea. Hulls that once withstood the weight of war. Steel that carried generations of sailors across the edge of the world. Each one a monument to service. Each one a chapter in our story. It all began in Philadelphia, not with steel, but with vision. Here, the Navy was imagined and then made real. What started as a handful of ships became a global force to be reckoned. Today, that force stretches across every ocean, above, below, beyond. From warships, aircraft launch and dominate the skies. Beneath the waves, silent hunters move undetected, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Beyond sight, satellites and cyber warriors protect domains unseen. This is the modern Navy. Agile, lethal, boundless. For 250 years, we have delivered peace through strength. Unmatched at sea, unstoppable in battle, undeniable in victory. No rival, no equal, no doubt. We are the United States Navy.
Things are about to get very, very noisy here. We have just watched a whole nest of Hornets take off into the sky, getting ready to show us some air power. Lots of things making a lot of noise. Back here on the set, we've got Hayden Profit coming right behind us right now with the jet truck, as well as some folks to introduce you to as we also take you. It's so very loud. I want to introduce you right now to Captain Nick Letourneau, call sign Laz, as well as Tech Sergeant Eric Tallman, call sign Hero. We're so glad. We're so glad that you're here joining us on set, gentlemen. We've got another Hornet taking off. What makes more noise, the F-22 or a Hornet? Super.
I would say a Hornet.
Yeah, let's see right here.
Okay.
I don't know, it's a toss-up. Yeah, it's pretty loud.
At that point, the decibels don't matter, right?
Right.
It's
Yeah,
just
that's
a
right.
lot. Okay, tell folks a little bit about flying the demonstration and what it means to come out here on, you know, a master jet base with the Navy.
Oh, absolutely. It's awesome. I mean, being out here in the Navy and having them being so willing to host us and to be fantastic hosts just down the road from Langley Air Force Base, it's really a second home show for us. And I know the team is really excited. A lot of family out here. Family here with the air show staff as well. And so seeing y'all, it's really, really, really great. It's special for all of us to really bring the show back home after spending so much time out on the road and bring it back for all the people who support us when we're back at Langley Air Force Base.
I have to say this, you guys should know this. This is a bit of the insider baseball that I like to share with you guys. Eric Tallman in particular, he loves this stuff. He will often stay till the very end of the show. He doesn't care about the traffic getting out of here. And he will even recite some of the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds narration at the time they do it. You can sit next to him and watch it happen.
Yeah, people say I'm crazy. But
No, we say you are amazing. There's a difference. So tell me a little bit about why you love this stuff so much.
So I actually grew up in Richmond, Virginia. This was the first show I ever came to, so I was like, I want to be that guy over there. I thought it was so cool. First time I saw a Raptor, I was like, I want to work on that, and I want to be that. And then it came full circle, so it's totally awesome to be back here.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about your role on the team and what it is that you do?
Yeah, so I'm the team chief, so it's a maintenance lead, taking care of all the guys. I joined the team 4 years ago as a 7-level, so 7-level crew chief. Moved up to team chief, so I started taking care of everybody else. So basically, I'm herding cats is
Yes.
kind of the main thing, but actually making sure the guys have all the equipment they need, food, water, and then making sure the guys have all the Jesus.
I know what you're going to say, though, because I watch you do this. Listen, the jets show up here. There's a lot of work that it takes to maintain them, and you're not at your home base.
Right.
So you're coordinating all
we
that.
have 10 Pelican cases full of tools, and that's all we have. And then our major components are being shipped from either Langley, Nellis, or Elmo, and that's all we have.
See, that's interesting to me. You're not flying. A lot of people assume, oh, it's just like the Blues. It's a dedicated set of jets. Describe that process to me.
Yeah, so we borrow all of our jets out of Hyde, meaning that there's a lot of combat units out there that help us out. Anytime we're out on the East Coast, we're typically using Langley Air Force Base jets, and the units are kind enough to loan those jets to us, and then Eric and crew are going to go out, check those jets out, make sure they're exactly how we need them to bring them on the road, and then they are using such a minimal amount of maintenance equipment compared to what's back at Langley Air Force Base, which is a huge testament to the hard work these guys put in and the skill that goes into what they do day in and day out, keeping me safe up there.
There's the rest of the team watching, lurking in the wings. I should try to drag them out here on the set. I don't think they'll even come. Come stand over here. Just come stand behind. Come on. There you go. Your boss is watching. He's going to tell you, get out here.
That's an order.
So we're going to go ahead and transition to air power. But again, it's teamwork makes the dream work. So, gentlemen, thank you for coming on the set, and to your whole team. We love seeing you. And guess what, folks? It's about to get loud. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth. Appreciate it.
Employment envelope to ensure the unknown aircraft proceeds as instructed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Intercept and Escort demonstration. The F-18 Super Hornet boasts two GE F-414 engines with a combined thrust of over 40,000 pounds, and all that power requires fuel. Super Hornets are a jack of all trades, but unique among the fighter aviation world is its ability to become a tanker. This capability allows the fighting arm of naval air power to execute self-sufficient missions, reaching targets well beyond the normal combat radius of the F-18. Freedom 6 and 7 are approaching from the left. Watch closely as Freedom 7 smoothly plugs into Freedom 6's refueling basket to receive gas in excess of 2,000 pounds per minute. Ladies and gentlemen, the in-flight refueling demo. Naval Air Power comprises a multitude of platforms to accomplish virtually any mission, including the only carrier-capable command and control aircraft in the world, the E-2D Hawkeye. With 6 different radios and a radar capable of seeing 360 degrees, the situational awareness of every naval ship and aircraft is greatly increased with the Hawkeye on station. Ladies and gentlemen, from your right, the E-2D Hawkeye, flown by VAW 126, call sign Closeout. Naval Aviation remains a formidable force in the air-to-air arena, with organic refueling and command and control capabilities that give the carrier airwing unmatched reach, endurance, and situational awareness. Yet in the conflicts of the past 25 years, the Navy's air power has primarily been called upon in the attack role, delivering precision strike, close air support, and armed reconnaissance. From the first waves of strikes in the Gulf War to sustained operations over Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and beyond, naval aviators have projected power ashore with precision and persistence, ensuring America's ability to influence the fight wherever it occurs. The F-18 can deliver a wide palette of air-to-surface ordnance, from laser-guided or anti-radiation missiles to standoff glide weapons, GPS and laser-guided bombs, and for more close-in attacks, unguided general-purpose bombs or 20 Mike bullets. Freedom 2 and 3 are inbound to execute a 20 Mike strafe attack and demonstrate the precision and accuracy of the Super Hornet's M61 cannon. Super Hornets have employed tens of millions of pounds of ordnance during conflicts in the 21st century. But sometimes the Super Hornet itself is all that's needed to achieve the desired effects. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Hornet show of force. From its earliest days of wooden decks and fabric-covered biplanes, naval aviation has been defined by constant innovation and unmatched ingenuity. Over the past century, advances in technology, tactics, and training have transformed carrier aviation into the cutting-edge force it is today, projecting power across the globe with precision, speed, and adaptability. Yet, as impressive as the aircraft may be, it is the teamwork behind them that truly makes naval aviation extraordinary. Pilots, maintainers, and sailors work in perfect harmony, each relying on the other's skill and dedication to achieve the mission. And nowhere is that teamwork more visible than in the skies above. From tactical maneuvering in combat to the precision of flying into the carrier break at the end of a mission, formation flying is more than just a display of skill. It is the very language of how naval aviators operate.
so maybe this time, but this is such a great opportunity coming up. If you look way off to the right, you see the formation being put together. It's become one of the iconic images of this show. This award-winning, community-connected show. Over the years, connecting to the community that clearly supports this space so well. We saw that down at the beach last night, and yesterday, 175,000 people here. Today's crowd building throughout the day as it does. And this is one of the highlights. It's a lot of airplanes. It takes a little while just to make sure it's all put together. Formidably today, dealing with some wind and some weather changes. You have to keep it under the clouds too. But it's almost there. I thought I'd find something big in the line of music and fitting for this, okay? The amount of work and time that has gone into this. Then again, this is something you do when you come home, the fleet's back, and this is how you arrive, right? Beautiful. What that must mean after months at sea and coming home to the families, and you want to do it upright, it's got to be a very emotional moment. Talking about getting the right shots, you get a chance to see live airshow TV are here. Brittany's down there with Steph and the rest of their crew. They're streaming this event out to the world, beyond the reach of 350,000 plus people, the 8,500 fifth graders that were here on Friday, locally, but the world is watching too. The reputation this air show has. So I should point out they have 12 cameras, so there's a good chance you'll be on one of them. And if you're with someone you shouldn't be with, you may want to give yourself just a little bit of room. That's all. I'm just saying. Here it comes. Get your cameras ready. Look at this.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the carrier airwing flyover. Now let's introduce the aircrew flying in the demonstration today. Freedom 1, flown by Lieutenant Commander Marty Wilson, call sign Grouse, and Lieutenant Commander Kaylin Belding, call sign Stormy. From the left, Freedom 2, flown by Lieutenant John Rokes, call sign Bodycam. Freedom 3, flown by Lieutenant Nicholas William, call sign Rizzler, and Commander Mitch Parmenter, call sign Taco. And Freedom 4, flown by Commander David Mangus, call sign Bo, and Lieutenant Kieran McCarthy, call sign Costanza. Coming from the left, Freedom 5, flown by Lieutenant Commander Chris Fowler, call sign Nacho Girl. Freedom 6, flown by Commander Nick Bernard, call sign Abo. And Freedom 7, flown by Lieutenant Caleb Brown, call sign Narrow Banana. And finally, Closeout, flown by Lieutenant Tyler Bozeman, call sign Durden, Lieutenant Charlie Kiernan, call sign Pottles, and Lieutenant Bradley Davidson, call sign Dadley. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of NAS Oceana and Naval Air Forces Atlantic, we thank you for the opportunity to demonstrate naval air power today. Enjoy the rest of the show, and fly Navy.
You gotta love a little air power demonstration. That was fun to watch. That was loud. The wall of fire was amazing. You can count on that being in one of our recaps later. Back here on set right now, wind still blowing. Your hair is every which way.
Well, I have helmet hair. That's what happens when you fly in an air show, and you know, oh well.
We
whatever.
call him Spiky Mikey.
Yeah.
Mike Goulian joining us now on set. Thanks for making the time to be here.
Oh my
with
God!
us.
Thanks for having me. I guess Spiky Mikey fits today, right? Yeah. That's what are you gonna do?
Mike, one of the things you have really taken the time to highlight your team. Can you talk about what it's like to have this family on the road going from air show to air show and just some of the efforts they put into Mike Goulian air shows?
Yeah, what you see is me up there flying, but as they say, it takes a village, right? And I have an amazing crew chief, female crew chief, Hannah Smith, who is just amazing, and I trust her with my life, right? When you're doing air shows, they do all the work. You look at them in the eye and say, is this airplane ready to fly and is it safe? And they look at you and say, yes. And you give the little fist bump and you slide in and you wear the airplane and you go do it. And it's about that trust, right? And Ryan Tierney is a young guy from Denver who flies the airplane from show site to show site. So he has the hardest job, right? And then my wife runs the entire team, tries to keep us all herding cats. And then we have another staff back there. We have a beautiful tractor trailer where we have some fun things for kids to do with simulators and so forth. So we have a whole crew back there as well. So it is definitely a team effort.
It's been fun to watch you just continue to absolutely shine in the space. And now some of your team members like Hannah being on social media, which of course speaks my language, right? It's fun to get that behind-the-scenes look. But I am curious, for you, how did your aerobatic flying inform what you decide to do when you're flying up in the air at an air show? It's similar but different.
It is. So, you know, I'm from a competition aerobatic background, as is Kevin Coleman. So you can see the very crispness in the flying. That's the competition side of you. But then when you're putting all of these tumbles and flips and things end over end and backwards, and yet they look out of control, but they're totally in control. So that's kind of what I try to do, is I don't emulate anybody else. I have my own style. So I take that super precise competition flying and then put in some cool air show stuff. So people are like, oh, that's a trained expert in the sky. He's not just flipping around and seeing what the airplane will do.
So let's take a look here. Why don't you walk us through right now what's happening?
Yeah, so this is the top of a vertical line. I started rolling vertical rolls, and then I actually just pushed the stick and the rudder forward. The airplane does what we call a knife edge spin. Now pulling out of that, and then, you know, you start a pull out very high, but you get near the ground. So you use that energy and the speed, right? So now just pulling back around, those are snap rolls. That's what you see today. So the clouds are a little bit lower, right? So not as many tumbles as you would see. And again, in the air show business, you never want the airplane to stop moving. You always want to see the people watching, you know, somebody working hard and doing everything.
This is you behind us, by the way. Thank you for that.
Oh boy, there
Look
you go.
Look at us, right? We just can't help ourselves.
Oh, I love it.
We had
That's
so much fun.
Well, we're here at Oceana. It's an amazing Sunday. We're all living a dream. This is just an unbelievable place, and you know what? We're just so thankful for the base to put on this show. The Navy does such an amazing job. It's such a historical location, right? I grew up as a kid thinking someday I hope I can fly at Oceana, right back in the Tomcat days. And here we all are living a dream, hanging out with some amazing people and trying to inspire a bunch of kids, which is what it's all about.
With the simulator stuff you had at your trailer, I mean, that's happening, right? And there's no shortage of children to actually have a chance to inspire. And someone someday's going to grow up and be you, you know?
Well, hopefully better than me.
Yeah, isn't that what we all want?
That's right.
We've got just some gorgeous warbirds taking off behind us. Actually, some trainers right now taken to the sky. I could hear the radial engine, so it got me excited to turn around and see what was going on.
I have one last question for you, Mike, as they get set up for their air start performance with Warbird Thunder. Racing Hayden Prophet, can you, what is that like? Can you
scary.
Feel it?
It's very scary.
Warbles,
right?
What happened?
So, you know, we have a set speed and you're down there just waiting and holding because you know he's going to light all the afterburners, and you're like, and then it goes, boo, and then you can hear him just hunting you down. And you're like, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, and then whoo, by you. So it's quite fun. And Hayden is great at his job. And,
look at this,
so
Mike.
I trust him.
Here we go. Okay, watch this. Oh. Huh?
I think I won.
Yeah,
I think I
okay.
won. I mean, you know, that's what I would say.
So we did ask Hayden the other day. We said, you won. He goes, yeah, I don't pull the chutes until I do.
So now you know. We gave you a little tip. Hey, safe travels. We look forward to seeing you on the road. We've got Warbird Thunder and those SNJs up in the sky. Oh, yeah, Brittany's going to take a selfie of us. Here we go.
Love it.
Yeah, we've got to do this. Here we go. Because it's good to be us, and we want to remember the moment. Yeah. Hey, by the way, people watching from around the planet, we've got check-ins as Poland, the UK, you name it. So they're watching.
That's so amazing, and thank you all for, you know, just tuning in and being with us online from around the world. Is so special.
Thanks, Goulian.
Thank you,
we appreciate you, sir.
All right, taking a peek right there. Look at that. Look at those
wings.
The wings
collapsing
collapsing in.
Oh,
we say all the wings like there's 15 of them. So many wings right now. Cracking myself up for no good reason, but that right there, bit of an elephant walk.
Air and Power coming back in. As they were saying before, they're opening up the doors. They're hosting us here for the air show, but this is their everyday job. The men and women here working so hard. 16 different squadrons, I think Hemi told us the other day. 16 squadrons here, so many different aircraft and personnel, and we want to say thank you for inviting us in both online and in person to be here. And it's going to get a bit loud as you see them taxiing. They are going to be right next to our set.
I'm going to put my earplugs back in, so Brittany, you keep talking for a sec.
I love this opportunity to showcase the Hornets here on the base, Naval Air Station Oceana. Look at that, canopies up.
Which doesn't normally happen,
It
as we talked
does
about.
not.
They don't normally get to taxi with them open, but this gives us a great opportunity to peek inside the cockpit and wave. I am now double hearing protected because this is one right after another.
So let's take a little bit of a listen and a look into the cockpit. Having so much fun.
Giving us a wave. Thank you. We see you. Hello.
Love that. The taxi cam down the taxiway.
That was pretty epic.
That was really cool.
We saw the hands come out. We freaked out per usual. And then they gave us a little bit of that wag right there.
So we are just and they continue. I love this.
I do too.
We are just moments away from bringing in Warbird Thunder. Earlier today, we had the opportunity to talk to CT, and they will be coming in CT in Buick. After that, Redline Air Show's father and son duo with Ken and Austin Reeder. And then we're going to get into the demonstrations. We have the F-35, the F-18 demonstrations. So much more coming up here at the 2025 NAS Oceana Air Show. And Steph, what another amazing day. The energy, we just had Mike on the set and he was texting us and when can I get up there? When can I go? I love this energy and they love all of you.
That's what it's about.
Who are tuning in and watching, and the number of families too. Some of the performers said, hey, thanks. You know,
my mom was watching in Ohio.
Yeah.
So for those of you joining the broadcast there, we are on a number of different broadcast avenues, simulcasting effectively, both on Live Air Show TV, powered by Patriot Production Group, onboard imaging out there working so hard for us so that we can continue to bring you in the cockpit, and obviously working with Nexcom and NAS Oceana to really pull this all together. And Brittany and I work in a lot of different capacities across the country at various show sites in North America, and this one really is special. So we're really glad that you have tuned in to watch this and support the hard work of the men and the women, the volunteers, everyone coming together to this right there. You saw the crowds, everyone turning out, a little breezy. I don't mind it. We're making it work. But realistically, it's a spectacular day for an air show.
And thank you for checking in with us. We see your comments.
Oh, yeah.
We enjoy this so much, some of our friends and family. But for those of you who are joining us for the first time, we love to get to know you online. So thanks for the shout outs and letting us know where you're tuning in from.
I feel like the wind is picking up. I've got to go find Ricky Matthews. He's our local meteorologist here, also works for Airshow Stuff, came on and gave us a bit of the update on the winds. But, you know, you heard from some of our demonstration pilots earlier who said it's not a factor for us yet. They can obviously sustain a lot more. And really the limiting factor in all that is what the parachute, the ejection seat parachute is capable of.
And taking off right now, Redline, you'll see it coming right behind us in the screen. There they are, father and son duo, Ken and Austin Reeder.
They are wonderful, just such a wonderful airshow family. So we are getting ready as we wait for celebrity air boss, Wayne Boggs. If I call him the yellow banana one more time, he wears a yellow shirt. It says Air Boss on the back. And one of our great airshow announcer friends, Matt Jolly, always makes it a point to call him that. And I don't know, I just think I need to be careful. Betty Lee watching. Hi, Betty. I am glad that you're a part of our broadcast today. Blue Angel Phantoms, loving the coverage. So we certainly, ta-da, this is for you coming up. Stay tuned, as they say. But yeah, it's just been a magnificent day out here. Tons of fun.
It's been a lot of fun. Steph, we've asked our guests, but what has been maybe your favorite part?
Well, so for me, it's to have the Air Force and the Coast Guard and the Navy come together in this capacity is really special. As to hear Laz say that for them it's almost like a second home show, that's been nice. When we do the broadcast, it's a little bit different than what happens sort of traditionally on the air. So we now have Antonio tuning in from Australia. We've got David watching from the UK. Folks in Florida, Vitoni, we see you. Fort Lauderdale, because I know you're going to ask Brittany. She's from Florida, so she always wants to know.
I do. Where are you from in Florida?
Right.
Let's meet up.
Yeah, but this is great. Ashley watching from Glenwood, the Wolf that could watching from Oklahoma. So for me, that kind of fuels me to realize that we have an opportunity to share the great message of what's going on here at NAS Oceana year-round with people from around the globe for whatever amount of time they choose to spend with us today and yesterday.
You know, one of the things we talked about is everyone coming together, and we're celebrating 250
this year, yes.
years of the Navy, and what a spectacular way to bring everyone together in this birthday celebration, and to see the commanding officers, to see the skipper, to see the entire teams, the volunteers working together to really make it incredible. And with that birthday celebration with smoke on, we are welcoming in our team, the Navy SNJ Warbird Thunder. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the two pilots you see flying right now in the SNJs. Lead pilot Chris Thomas, call sign CT. Third generation pilot, and earned his pilot's license at the age of 17 with his father as his flight instructor and his wingman, Mike Eberhardt, call sign Buick. Growing up in New Hampshire, he got a start in aviation at 14 years old in a sailplane. We are so excited to have the SNJs here with Warbird Thunder Air Shows. Warbird Thunder air shows featuring the North American SNJ Texan, a former World War II Navy advanced training aircraft, performing the aerobatics in formation with the large physical size, beautiful radial engine sound, and the fantastic smoke presentation that we are seeing here right now. The SNJ was nicknamed Old Growler because of its distinct, deep, and throaty roar. Nothing else sounds like it. Warbird Thunder's aerobatic routine is fast-paced and entertaining. And it is so great to see CT and Buick getting lined up right now. Again, we have the winds, but as CT indicated, they are directly down the runway. Up and over the top, a beautiful loop over the backdrop of the blues out in front. The Army Air Corps and later U.S. Air Force also flew the same aircraft with the designation of a T-6 Texan, known and used as in the greatest generation for World War II and the Korean conflict. Nearly every single pilot in World War II and Korea trained in a variant of this aircraft. CT out in front and Buick coming and splitting right now as they cross back over, creating that smoke. More than 15,000 SNJ T-6 aircraft were built, and it has served more than 60 countries worldwide, many times in combat by developing countries. The aircraft was retired from the U.S. military service in the 1960s, but was utilized around the world much longer. A unique component of Warbird Thunder is Chris's aircraft. It's a 1942 SNJ-2 and is unique for several reasons. It was built in 1942 and is a very rare and early model. Only 61 of these variants were ever made, and fewer than 11 are continuing to fly the world today. As we welcome the team back in, they are going nose to nose, facing one another with the smoke on. Standing here today at NAS Oceana, watching CT and Buick and listening to the old growler. The bark that we're hearing from the 600 horsepower supercharged Pratt & Whitney is something so incredible to hear, and the legacy and the lineage that we are having here, celebrating 250 years of naval aviation, naval military, right here in Oceana, as we welcome back Warbird Thunder, CT, and Buick. Now let me tell you a little bit more about our wingman. Again, growing up in New Hampshire, started flying at the age of 14. While attending Daniel Webster College, he was already working as a flight instructor in both sailplanes as well as powered aircraft. After college, he served as a naval aviator for 22 years, flying both the F-14 Tomcat along with the A-4 Skyhawk. He has over 6,000 hours of experience and flew over 100 hours of combat in support of Operation Desert Shield. Our lead pilot, CT, Chris Thomas, has logged over 21,000 hours of flight time in more than 120 types of aircraft. And when not flying air shows, Chris is a captain and line check airman for a major airline. He graduated from Norfolk State University. Chris spent the 90s as a professional firefighter right here at Virginia Beach Fire Department. He has told us too, he has been coming to this air show since he was a kid, and now an opportunity to bring his air show, his team, Warbird Thunder, back here for NAS Oceana. And we got the clearance right now. The gear is out, the canopy is open, and great opportunity as we welcome back CT and Buick. We have a new guest on the set with us today.
All right, Hayden Prophet, I got to ask you, when you roll by us on the set with the jet truck, you know what you're doing when you blast
Absolutely.
It.
You guys looked a little cold, so.
I appreciated it today. They made a joke in the brief in the morning. They're glad we still had hair because it was scorchy. Perfectly safe distance. Still very, very cool to see. Lovely to see them come. Yep, CT landed safely back down with us. Hayden, just very quickly, I want to talk about why it's important for you to come out here and support these air shows in the very fun way that you do.
Sure. Well, I mean, it all boils down to just wanting to inspire the next generation of kids that are, enthusiastic about aviation and not sure what, they may want to do growing up. Our whole team is comprised of veterans, whether they're retired or just separated. My crew chief Bob is former Army. I'm former Air Force. Bill, our teammate that drives our other car, he's retired Air Force. So just to be able to inspire that next generation, whether it's, airplane-wise or what we do, if there's any way we can bridge that gap and, make them excited about aviation, that's what we're here to do.
Smoke and Thunder Jet Shows. Thank you so much, Hayden Profin, for joining us on the set. We're going to take this full screen here, and we're going to show you right now Warbird Thunder as they get ready to taxi behind us. This is one of our favorite times. They're coming in close to the set, Hayden. They don't have flames, but listen, as we get ready, I think, to take the taxi cam. Yep. Oh, they're ready for us. Here they come right through our set right now. There you go, guys. Yay! Oh, look at you. Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. He's saying hi to his mom, Amy. Hey, Buick. Hi. You got to be a part of taxi cam, Hayden. That was awesome.
Nothing better than a sound of a radio.
See how fun that is, other than maybe just a lot of thrust. A lot of thrust. Hayden, thank you very much.
Everyone, this is exactly what you've been hearing throughout the entire broadcast, is how it is about the family, the fans, all of you. CT was here on set with us for you, and now, oh, look at that right now. Greg taking off in the T-33, and right below, Warbird Thunder with CT and Buick waving to the crowd, the canopy cranked back, having so much fun. Now, in just a moment, as we continue to go through our air show schedule, we're going to be seeing Redline as we get the airspace cleared and the boss ready. In just a few moments, they will be cleared into the box. But before that, we have a guest with us as we wait for the team.
We've got someone from the F-35C Demonstration Team. Bam joining us, Josh Underdown, and Redline right behind. So very quickly, because Redline's going, we're going to get up to them.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about what it means to fly the demo here at NAS Oceana Master Jet Base.
Just flying the demo in general is incredible. It doesn't matter what air show we're at, but for me personally, I will say this is by far the most special because I grew up, no kidding, 5 minutes out the front gate. So when I'm flying, doing all the maneuvers and the repositions, I'm looking down, I'm seeing my parents' house, my elementary school, like everywhere I grew up. So it's incredibly surreal. Yeah.
Hey, look right in that camera right there and give a shout out to all your friends and family watching.
Mom, Dad, brothers, what's up? Mom, please don't wear those embarrassing t-shirts ever again. Yes.
I'm sorry, I did the wheezy laugh. Okay, Bam, we're going to let you go get to work. Thanks for stopping by
Right
the
on.
set. We
All
do
right.
appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We are in cockpit right now with onboard images, just out there showing us what it takes for Redline to do the job that they do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Austin. We could see the back of his head there as onboard images brings us inside the cockpit. One of my favorite things to do, once again, Redline Air Show's father and son team, Ken and Austin Reeder.
Look at that. Every which way we've got cameras on him. I love this for us.
The aircraft you see here are the Vans RV-8, a two-seat tandem aircraft, extremely versatile and also built by Ken and Austin. You can see the formation work being done right now. Now, one of the things that you can see here is Austin's head turned. He is flying straight ahead, but he is locked in on his lead, his dad, as he continues to work through every single maneuver based on the direction that Ken is establishing. And there's all of us down below. The Blue Angels, you can see, wow. That took you right down our show line. Let me introduce you to the lead pilot, Ken Reeder. Flight lead, born and lives in Cincinnati, Ohio, has been flying for 32 years with more than 10,000 flying hours. Former corporate and airline pilot and multi-engine flight instructor in land and seaplanes, and is also an aerobatic instructor. The RV-8 has a 200 horsepower engine and Hartzell advanced structural composite propellers. Now watch this maneuver. Upside down, right side up, the mirror flip up and down the runway, and here it is, calling it out, and inverted all the way. The formation team splits in the mirror image of Redline air shows. Now let me tell you a little bit more of the wingman. Ken's son, Austin Reeder, lives in Ohio as well, works as a production manager, and grew up, as you can imagine, flying his first solo flight at the age of 14 in a glider, and soloed in a power plane at the age of 16. The dynamic duo, father and son, Ken and Austin Reeder with Redline Air Shows. And here we go, the team smoke on. Look at this formation. You can see Ken's head turn looking right over, locked in that formation, wingman position. Performing the barrel roll right there in the RV-8. Again, a home-built aircraft, something very unique. Being able to construct, we heard from Mike Goulian earlier about ensuring the safety and being the crew chief of your aircraft, and these two fine men putting together and building the aircraft that you see here performing in the air shows with Redline Air Shows. Oh, and the cross the break always gets my heart pumping watching it. Whew. As the team comes back in, they are going to cross again out in front. Again, the confidence, the trust, the dedication that goes into formation flying the duo. Redline Air Shows showing us how it's done.
People from Selfridge watching, saying, hey, the Brit and Steph show is back.
Oh, that's
glad you're
great.
watching, Richard.
I want to say too, as they get set up, I believe they're going to be coming back through for their photo pass here, or as we say in the industry, a banana pass. Oh, they're coming straight overhead. Clock into them as they climb up. This is one of their dedications. The smoke is going on. And Redline Air Shows creating a heart in the sky.
I love it.
You know, truly one of the professional teams in our industry. You will see them up and down the crowd line. You can actively see them engaged on social media. They will share this link. They have joined us on the set. And not only do they perform during day air shows, but they also fly with pyro and fly around fireworks and drones and lasers and so much more.
And here they come in type formation now for the photo pass.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, always a pleasure to see Redline air shows as they just got clearance to land. They are circling around for final, and in true air show, live air show TV fashion, we have more guests on the set. Right now, we have Sam and Mike Trigvason. Sam, Wingwalker Sam, welcome back to the set.
Thank you. So glad to be back.
It was windy out there today for you guys. What was it like flying?
It sure was. It was windy up there too.
Windy down here, windy up there. Mike, it's so nice to have you join us on set. What's it like here flying at an air show like this with your wife on the wing?
It's such an honor to be able to celebrate with the community here. Rich aviation history, rich Navy history, to be part of this and to share our passion to help inspire everybody here. We're all here, you know, we've all come from normal walks of life and we all just pedal hard, but it's for the whole community here. So we can inspire, you know, the new and upcoming folks in the community to do what they do and just do it the best they can. And each time somebody does that, that contributes to the whole community moving forward, and that's what's built this base. And so to be able to celebrate that, it's a huge honor.
And 250 years.
250 years.
Right,
Happy birthday. Yes. Now, Sam, look at that. Having so much. Your legs are kicked up.
Yes.
And your arms are kicked up.
That's
so
right.
You just have your waist.
I have my harness, yeah. I'm attached at the harness, and we're going up to speeds of about 150 miles an hour up there during that loop maneuver that Mike's doing. And so I'm pressed up against that wing rack pretty well, and so I'm secured, but it's an incredible sight from the top of that wing.
God, the best seat in the house. There
And
you are,
there
giving
it
us a
is.
wave, right? Look at that camera work. So yeah,
Celebrating.
now, giving your husband applause.
I have to say, you gave our audience, look at that big smile you always have. But Sam, you gave us a special treat. Before you got off the wing, you looked at the camera and you gave us a thumbs up.
We saw it.
That was for you guys.
And smoke on behind us. I'm sure we've got a camera in position to capture Redline as they are now back on the taxiway, giving us a wave. We're going to go into a commercial break. Just so happy for us to be here. Sam, Mike, thank you so much. Sam's brought us the hero cards we asked for yesterday, signed by the both of them. So we are adding to our collection as we watch Redline taxi behind us and get ready to take our commercial break. Stay with us, everyone. We have so much more.
Hi, I'm Rear Admiral Ken Epps, Commander of NAVSUP and Chief of Supply Corps. The NAVSUP and Supply Enterprise could not be prouder of the role we play supporting warfighters across the entire sustainment continuum. So on behalf of the more than 25,000 military and civilian teammates across the globe, happy 250th birthday, Navy.
I said I'd never join.
Then I wouldn't get to work on one of these.
Never knew how strong I was.
I figured I'd never get out of my hometown. Or be the one who stops an attack.
Joining the Navy sounds crazy. Saying never actually is.
I've been here for 32 years. I enjoy talking to the people. I've seen kids grow up. I've seen families move and come back. I've seen lots of retirees.
There are many careers here at NCTRF that are in the area of science and engineering, in the area of clothing and textiles and clothing designers.
One of the things that's great about retail and the Navy Exchange is all the disciplines and all the career paths that you can go down, whether it's merchandising and buying, planning, logistics, finance, HR, IT, supply chain. We have it all here under one roof.
For over a century, their name has stood behind the uniform. Vanguard, a family legacy forged in tradition, driven by dedication. From the front lines to the home front, they've delivered excellence. In today's ever-changing world, the family's mission continues to equip America's heroes with the best products and support. Vanguard, our nation's insignia, proud 5-star partner of the Navy Exchange.
I said I'd never join.
Then I want to get to work on one of these.
Never knew how strong I was.
I figured I'd never get out of my hometown. Or be the one who stops an attack.
Joining the Navy sounds crazy. Saying never actually is.
From the right, Exotic will bring the Lightning II in for the 4-point roll. Flying at 300 feet and 350 knots, watch as the aircraft rolls 90 degrees at a time until it once again is fully upright. Major L. Clark will then select Max Afterburner, perform a steep climb and tuck under roll, and set up for the next maneuver. From the right, this is the 4-point roll. Major Clark will now quickly reposition his aircraft for a minimum radius turn. During this turn, he will be pressed into the seat with a force of 7.5 times the force of gravity. To put that in perspective, during this maneuver, Exotic's body weight will feel close to 1,500 pounds. During an aerial dogfight, the F-35C can execute extremely tight turns and have the ability to rapidly reposition its nose and gain an advantage of the adversary. Virginia Beach, from the left, the min-radius turn. The F-35C is authorized to carry advanced medium and short-range air-to-air missiles, including the AIM-120D AMRAAM and AIM-9 Sidewinder, as well as a variety of GPS and laser-guided air-to-surface bombs. To
maintain its stealth profile, however, these weapons are carried in 2 internal weapons bay doors. As Major Clark approaches from the right, he will cycle the weapons bay doors, giving you a rare look at where these bombs hide from the enemy. Folks, take a look from the right, the F-35's weapon bay door pass. Ladies and gentlemen, several things distinguish us naval aviators from our Air Force counterparts. Most notably, other than being better looking, of course, we often land aboard a constantly moving 100,000-ton warship. Next, you will look to your left. Exotic brings in the F-35C for a simulated carrier brake at 500 feet and 500 knots. The carrier brake is how fixed-wing aircraft enter into the carrier landing pattern during daytime operations. After approaching the ship at a high rate of speed and executing a hard turn to reduce airspeed, Exotic will lower the landing gear and go through his landing checks. Unlike most aircraft that flare to land as smoothly as possible, the F-35's shipboard landing is much more violent. Shipboard landings require incredible precision to engage the hook into the arresting wires on a moving flight deck. Throughout his career, Major Clark has accrued almost 300 shipboard landings. Listen in as Exotic calls the ball, telling the landing signal officer that he has seized the optical lens and is flying his approach with precision. The landing signal officers, who are fellow pilots, have the important job of monitoring an aircraft's approach on the aircraft carrier to provide corrections to the pilot. Let's listen in.
472, pay up the ball, 8.1.
Roger, ball. Exotic is now setting up to turn inbound for the high alpha pass. One of the distinctive advantages of the F-35C is its larger wings and additional control surfaces. These attributes provide better handling on the approach to the aircraft carrier and make the aircraft extremely maneuverable at slow speeds. As Major Clark carefully slows the aircraft down to 115 miles an hour, watches the control surface rapidly fluctuate in order to maintain stability at such slow airspeed. After passing show center, Major Clark will select Max Afterburner to display the sheer power of the Pratt & Whitney motors as he climbs away from the deck. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the high alpha pass. Zadok will now set up for the high-speed pass. Pulling 6 Gs back towards the show line, he will approach show center at 300 feet and 0.95 Mach. You may notice white vapor coming off the aircraft, indicating it is approaching the speed of nearly 750 miles per hour. While the aircraft is capable of speeds much greater than this, Major Clark must be careful not to exceed the speed of sound, as the sonic boom could shatter nearby windows. The ability to ingress at low altitudes and high speeds enables the platform to avoid detection and preserve the element of surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the high-speed pass. Major Clark is now positioning for his final maneuver of today's performance as he approaches for one last tactical pitch. He will use the tight turning capability to gain altitude and display the power of the most advanced fighter jet in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the tactical pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Navy's F-35C Demonstration Team. It's important to note, together with the F-18 Super Hornet, the EA-18 Growler, and early warning E-2D Hawkeye platform, the F-35C is part of a team that is unmatched in the world today. Without the support with our professional maintainers, the demonstration team by the Navy F-35C Demo Team would not be possible. Today's F-35C maintenance team comprised of Chief Ryan Peterson, AT-1 Kevin Cohn, AT-2 Autumn Bermudez, Amy-2 Ronnie Garcia, and Airman Britt Carson. The story of naval aviation began in 1911 when a young man named Lieutenant Theodore Elson became the very first U.S. naval aviator. He trained in a fragile wooden canvas airplane and launched from makeshift platforms built on ships. From that moment on, a tradition of innovation and courage was born. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your left, approaching Show Center are two of America's premier strike fighters, the F-18 Super Hornet, the F-35C Lightning II, flying together in a salute to the proud history and bright future of the United States Naval Aviation. Over the last century, naval aviators have flown a remarkable lineup of aircraft. The rugged F-4 Wildcat, the F-6 Hellcats that won air superiority in World War II, the legendary F-4 Corsair of the Pacific, the mighty F-4 Phantom of Vietnam, and the F-14 Tomcat immortalized as the defender of America's carriers during the Cold War. Today, those legacies live on with the F-18 Super Hornet, the fleet's proven workhorse, and the Navy's newest fighter, the F-35C Lightning II, designed for the next century of combat in the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look to Show Center, you will see our three aircraft executing a head-on pass. Naval aviation would be nothing without its floating airfields, the aircraft carriers. From the USS Langley, our first carrier in 1922, the great warships of World War II, like the Enterprise and the Hornet, to today's nuclear-powered Nimitz and Forward-class carriers. These ships make it possible to bring air power to any ocean, anytime. Wherever a carrier calls, American Naval Aviation is on station, ready to respond. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, get your cameras ready for the show pass. Naval aviation has answered the call in every major conflict of the last century. In World War II, carrier aviation turned the tide in the Pacific at battles like Midway. In Korea, Navy jets flew around the clock from carriers offshore. In In Vietnam, naval aviators carried out some of the most challenging combat missions in history. In the Gulf War, it was the carrier aircraft that struck the first blows. And today, from the Mediterranean to the Western Pacific, our carrier air wings continue to safeguard freedom around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look behind Show Center, you will see the Breakup Pass. As you feel the thunder of those engines, remember, it's not just about the aircraft. It's about the generations of sailors and Marines who launched them, maintained them, and flew them into harm's way. If you have ever worn the uniform of this nation, we thank you for your service and sacrifice and are honored to carry the tradition of service that has been laid before us. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, you'll see the Lightning executing a high-speed pass. We hope you enjoy the sights and sounds of the incredible aircraft. Today's performance is offered as a salute to our service members of the past, present, and future. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for the F-18 Super Hornet and the F-35C Legacy Flight, honoring over a century of naval aviation. From the Rough Riders of Strike Fighter Squadron 125, we thank you for your support and encourage you to follow us on our Instagram page at F-35C Demo Team, as well as visit with the rest of the F-35C maintenance and flight personnel on the flight line. On behalf of Commanding Officer of VFA 125, Commander Christopher Case, and all the men and women of the United States Navy and Marine Corps, we thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lieutenant Commander Marty Wilson, call sign Grouse, and on behalf of the United States Navy and Strike Fighter Squadron 106, we are proud to present the Rhino Demo Team. The demo flight profile you are about to witness highlights the mobility, versatility, and power of the most lethal carrier-based strike fighter aircraft in the world, the F-18 Super Hornet, nicknamed the Rhino. The aircraft performing today is the F model, the two-seat variant of the Super Hornet. In today's demonstration, Lieutenant Commander Michael Segala, call sign Longshot from Weymouth, Massachusetts, and Weapon Systems Officer Lieutenant Mason Luthen, call sign Scooter McGavin from Richmond, Virginia, will fly the F-18 to the edge of its operating envelope. During the show, aircrew will experience nearly 8 times the force of gravity, accelerate to speeds up to 700 miles per hour, and demonstrate maneuvers being employed by naval aviators around the world, both in training and in combat. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, make some noise. Please welcome the U.S. Navy's Rhino Demo! Approaching from the left, watch as Longshot selects maximum afterburner and rolls the aircraft 360 degrees while cleaning the gear and flaps up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Hornet Dirty Roll. The aircrew are now setting up for the high-speed pass. During this maneuver, they will approach show center at 200 feet at nearly Mach 1.0, or just under 750 miles per hour. You may notice the white vapor coming off of the aircraft, indicating it is close to the speed of sound. Longshot and Scooter will demonstrate the power of the F-414 GE400 engines. At maximum afterburner, the motors combine to produce over 41,000 pounds of thrust. Let's see if we can get Scooter on the radio to see how fast they're going.
There's 0.95 indicating about 600 miles an hour, going fast. Natalie, love you. 0.96, 700 miles an hour.
Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the minimum radius turn to the tail stand. Longshot will select Mac to afterburner and set a 90-degree angle of bank and hold 7.5 Gs for 360 degrees of turn. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet minimum radius turn. Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the carrier configuration pass. What separates naval aviators from our counterparts is our unique ability to take off and land on an aircraft carrier. In order to get the 50,000-pound F-A-18 airborne in less than 250 feet, the Navy's nuclear-powered aircraft carriers use steam-powered catapult systems to accelerate the aircraft from 0 to 165 miles an hour in less than 2 seconds. Taking off is easy when compared to trying to land on the boat. During this carrier configuration pass, pay close attention to the tail hook of the aircraft. In order to safely land on an aircraft carrier, the pilot needs to fly the tail hook into a 150 by 70-foot area. In this space, 3 or 4 wires are stretched across the flight deck, and the tail hook must catch one of these to decelerate the aircraft from 150 miles an hour to a screeching halt in less than 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet carrier configuration pass. The Super Hornet will now show you its ability to turn on a dime. Watch as Longshot and Scooter perform the pitch rate demonstration maneuver to showcase the Super Hornet's excellent pitch authority with a 90-degree turn, a 40-degree pitch up, and a tuck under maneuver. Few aircraft in the world today can match this capability. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet pitch rate demo. The aircrew are now setting up for the inverted whisper pass. As Longshot and Scooter approach show center at 500 feet, they will reduce the throttles to idle power and roll the aircraft inverted. It takes a lot of concentration to fly upside down while hanging from the straps of your harness. Notice how quiet the aircraft is as it passes in front of you at over 500 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet inverted whisper pass. Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will show you the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt to maneuver at such a slow speed and high angle of attack. However, the Super Hornet's 2 digital flight control computers allow it to remain completely controllable while flying at less than 120 miles per hour. In some dogfights, the ability to fly slowly is more important than being able to fly fast, since this allows the Super Hornet to get behind another aircraft and employ weapons. We'll go back to the cockpit to hear Scooter call out the ground speed. All right, Scooter, tell us how slow you can go.
There's 12 Alpha, 120 miles an hour, slowing down. $20 Alpha, 100 miles an hour. $25 Alpha, 90 miles an hour. You can beat this thing in a Kia. I'm seeing cars beat us on the highway. We're going so slow.
As they recover from the high Alpha Pass, Longshot and Scooter will once again demonstrate the Super Hornet's excellent pitch authority with another pitch rate demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, as the aircraft approaches from the right, if you're enjoying the performance so far, please make some noise for Longshot and Scooter as they approach show center. The job of a naval aviator is not complete until their aircraft is back aboard its floating home. We take great professional pride in our unique ability to land aboard a 100,000-ton U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. In order to land in an area 1/10 the length of a normal-sized runway, carrier aviators must touch down between 4 wires stretched across the deck of the ship. To do this, we use an optical landing system commonly known as the ball. During the final portion of the approach, the aircrew and landing signals officers, known as paddles, work together to get the aircraft safely aboard. Let's listen in on the final approach.
Tower paddles, radio check. Tower paddles, as you loud and clear. Got you loud and clear, I'll back up. Yeah, paddles, looking 25 or 15 right down the angle. 206, 3/4 small, call the ball. 206, run the ball, 5-5. Wow, shaking our hips, okay. You're on, glide slope now. You're on, center line. Go left to line up. Little power. A little more power. Easy with it, easy with it. Power back on, Volter, hook skip Volter.
Get your cameras ready. Longshot and Scooter are now setting up for the photo pass. The aircraft will pass show center in a 90-degree angle of bank at 200 feet and 700 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet Photo Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the F-18 that you saw here today is one of many used to train pilots and Wizzos at Strike Fighter Squadron 106, based right here at Oceana. Longshot and Scooter serve as instructors, teaching new aircrew how to fly and tactically employ the Super Hornet. Currently, there are 33 operational Super Hornet squadrons in the Navy defending freedom and democracy around the world. It takes many talented and dedicated young men and women to maintain, fix, and fly these aircraft. Help us thank the entire Rhino Demo Maintenance Team and our maintenance professionals here at the show. They are AMC Owen Davalier from New Orleans, Louisiana, AME2 Rosadea from Dallas, Texas, AT1 Brandon Delp from Germantown, Maryland, AT2 Aja Gray from Douglas, Georgia, AM2 Joshua Singleton from Jacksonville, Florida, AE2 Kevin Sasnet from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 82 Xavier Faison from Douglasville, Georgia, and AO2 Zach Monk from Naugatuck, Connecticut. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire United States Navy, we thank you for allowing us to demonstrate the capabilities of the F-18 Super Hornet. If you're interested in meeting the aircrew, checking out our merchandise, or learning more about naval aviation, please visit our tent located just behind Show Center by the Kroger tents. Thank you, Oceana, and enjoy the rest of the show.
That wall of fire actually was an opportunity for me to warm up because the wind is cooking, your hair is up. You can see the
there.
Precision Exotics vehicle here parked behind us. We just had a chat about something special they want to do on camera here, so you'll see him pull out a frame shortly. That wall of fire was pretty dang incredible. We have had a great time. I want him to wave as he goes by. Wave, you're on camera. There you go, Precision Exotics, folks. We love them.
And bye.
And bye. It's a great opportunity for people to actually purchase rides and go in exotic cars up and down the runway, something very special that doesn't happen very often.
Now, we asked viewers to submit questions. Thank you to all of you on what they wanted to know from Super Hornet pilots. Lauren in Little Rock asked how pilots operate the tail hook. Is it automatic, or does the pilot have to lower and raise it?
This is the tail hook right here, manually operated. So I select when it goes down. It will fall no matter what if I drop this hook. So it is, let me say this correctly, it is mechanically released, mechanically dropped, hydraulically brought back up. So the hook will go down wherever I need it to go down, unless the cable is burned through, potentially due to some damage back there. But I select when the hook goes down. As far as coming back up, that could be another story. If I've lost hydraulics, there's potential I can't get the hook to come back up. But more or less, I control everything as far as the hook goes. PLM does not decide when the hook goes down.
I love that Ask the Pilot is basically Ask Shy Ronnie. So Shy Ronnie, well known here out at the base, a great friend of what we do here on the broadcast and air shows. So it's certainly nice to see him on camera with us. Oh boy, another taxi cam. They are coming right for us right now, and they are already giving us a wave. They know that we see them, they see us, and they right there are on camera.
Look at the smiles.
That's wonderful. They go down past the Blue Angels, then they turn around and come back and give us a wag and a wiggle, as I like to say, just because I don't know what all the control surfaces are called off the top of my head. Look at that.
And the red line behind them just taking off. What a great image there. Now, Steph,
yes,
as we were wrapping up the demos, and we had a pilot come up, Stormy, who was with Air and Power Demo, and he's from Romania. And he came up on set by us and he said, I just want to say thank you for having the live broadcast. I'm from Romania. My parents are in Romania and they have never seen me fly. I'm almost getting emotional, and this was the first time because of this broadcast that they were able to watch their son fly. Look at that.
There's the wave.
They're starting to get warmed up here. And that's what it's all about, is sometimes we don't have access to air shows. This provides that access. And we are so grateful to be here with all of you at NAS Oceana as we have our Rhino turning around. This is the 180.
As Arendelliu takes to the sky. So lots to look and see right now. It will let Rhino Demo get itself turned around, make its way down in front of the jets and start talking about the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Arendelliu.
There he is right now. He is just taken off. He is an air start, so he is climbing right now up to altitude, and in just a few moments he will begin as he goes through the smoke that is there from the wall of fire we just saw. And as he's climbing to altitude, I hear Rhino behind us. He's warming up, getting things ready.
Oh, we're about to get blasted.
So a little
Look
noisy
at
on
Aaron
set.
throwing himself through the sky. You can see our onboard images capturing the in-cockpit footage as we've got Rhino Demo taxiing by us. Brittany, I'm going to say it again. It's good to be us.
Now I want to take this moment and his opportunity as he tumbles back through a true aerobatic pilot. Arendelliu began his flight career in Australia at just 14 years old. By 16, he was already flying powered aircraft. Today, he has over 7,000 hours in more than 60 aircraft types. He's a multi-time champion, from the Air Masters Cup Series to the Sky Grand Prix, and Australia's top competitor on the world stage. There we go, taking a look at Aaron as he is flying. Arendelliu from Down Under engages, inspires, and truly thrills all of us through all walks of life with this high adrenaline. Look at his concentration right now in the cockpit, right over the runway. That is our show line that they are staying on right now. And I love this opportunity to see the pilot going through the maneuvers, going through the concentration as we see what the aircraft is doing.
We want to say hello to everyone watching us, courtesy of NextCom out there, really making sure so many of us have had an opportunity to participate in this broadcast, no matter where you're watching from. Truly an international flair, as they say. I would sometimes describe what it must be like in there as a violent washing machine. I think the folks at Live Air Show TV decided to actually put that in the introduction. But Aaron makes it look easy when we see him in the cockpit, thanks to onboard images. But it's anything but. The amount of training that he has to do. All right, he's talking now. I wonder if we can listen as he gets ready to address the crowd.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
And women, the Protective Fly Nation, for 250th birthday for Fly Navy and the Navy. It's absolutely amazing to be here. I'm from Australia. I'm going to bring it on this next part. Make sure your cameras are out. Let's rock and roll.
Here he goes. He's got it turned around and down now. Oh man, that's complicated. It's just, how does he do that?
There's math involved, isn't there?
Here.
The world spins. Now I'm going to pull up, get some
Now
altitude.
Aaron will throughout the sequence, and you can see it with
The
onboard
blender.
images
It's a little bit abbreviated now because of this cloud base. I'm finding a little hole here, pushing it up, 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 and here we come down. Right at show center, they gave us a perfect hole in the sky, the meter push. Oh, I don't know how you do that. Neither do I. We're still trying to figure it out. Let's do an outside mini loop. Here we go.
Pushing, 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 pushing.
That hurts, and that's all for you guys. So I'm going to build up some energy, come back down show center.
Incredible to watch. We're watching on the big screens Live Air Show TV too, and you are so focused.
I'm waving right now, so you can see me as I come low to the ground. I'm just going to do a little quick talk, catch my breath, wave at the camera, make sure you're waving back.
It always makes me nervous when I don't hear that engine anymore.
Yeah, why don't we do something pretty cool? I don't do it all the time, but I think this audience is up for it. We're going to do my favorite maneuver called Silencer. So I'm going to shut down the engine, and we're going to pull it back. This wind is going to push me down and push me away from the center, but let's see how we do it. Here we go. Right in front of the balls. Let's turn down the music, Rick. Music off. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Off.
Got it.
This is where we hope something happens. There you go. She's on.
How about something Australian?
So I think we're ready for my piece de resistance, what I call the chef's kiss, the boomerang. Let's build up a lot of energy for this. This is something special. Now with a boomerang, when you throw it, you hope it comes back. If it doesn't, it's just called a stick. But if you do it right, it comes back. And I think I'm going to... Look at the... My speed is perfect. Let's find the gate. Here we go. Tricky part. I'm going to keep you listening as I try and make the boomerang come back. What do you think, Rick?
Oh my God! Indeed, back where it began, the boomerang.
Hey, I'm going to need the crowd to give a big cheer. Can you rally them up? Get them screaming as I come by. I want to hear them. I'm going to open my window now.
Let's do it. Let's do it. These passes, again, dedicated to. Got to get some instant passes and a whole bunch of stuff out of you yet. I'm not ready for you to give it up.
Oh, we're not finished yet. We got some cool things planned. First, we're going to do a quick salute. We're going to bring the plane to a standstill. Again, the wind is going to blow me around, so let's make it work.
Oh man, the wind's going to help you here.
Have you started your stopwatch?
I have.
So this is for all you fine folks down there. I love being in the USA, what this country represents. It is such an amazing place to be. Thank you for having me. Such a privilege. Make sure you come down and get to say hi and follow us on social media. Rich is going to give you all the information. And I look forward to seeing you on Instagram, YouTube, and all right. Let's give some photo passes right now, everyone.
Look at that. Just hanging and then flying out of it.
Aaron, it's just outstanding to watch you. Setting up for the instant passes now that everybody can share.
Yeah, I think let's start with something that's let's do the pass.
We'll be waving.
Inverted AARR. Aaron. Down U. DELIEU. All over the socials. Share the shots. He's looking at you. He's looking at Laz and the F-22 on the way by.
I think we need to do it again, but let's do a knife edge pass. Let's get those cameras out.
This is it.
We're all ready. Cameras out.
There's the Instapass. He's taking a picture of you. There he is.
We've got you. We've got you tagged. Look for the clips. Look for the photos. Look for the comments, Eric.
Hey, I think F-22 is going to get thrown up. I want to say thanks to everyone. As soon as I come back to land, here we go.
Man, does he love what he does, huh? Corporate jet career flying commercially in Australia. Fell in love with America. He's come over here. Always wanted to fly air shows. He and Jules going to make that happen. They're now living in Florida. And very shortly, in just a few days, really, he's going to make it all official as an American citizen. And I just love watching him fly. Aaron Dowdew. How was that for a quick turnaround, too? Just straight up, straight down. That's the approach. As he comes back down onto the runway, and he'll taxi by, and please make him feel welcome. Give him a huge wave of appreciation as he taxis in. AARRONDELIU. Aaron Dowdew. All over the socials. His Insta passes he likes to share.
Now that's what I'm talking about when we say the performers are here performing for all of you. You could see it, the excitement. He was talking to all of us on the camera and walking through his entire aerobatics sequence, having fun, and in just a moment he'll be taxiing by to give all of us a wave.
He's also promised to try to come by the set literally right after this. Our chat right now is blowing up online. People are like, that's gotta hurt. What about those onboards? This is incredible. Thanks, mate, for all of this. How do you do it? Don't throw up. I mean, the comments, I can't wait to read these to him. As he taxis on in, getting ready to, as I watch the F-22 go to where it needs to be, so it can take off.
I have to thank one of our partners here, our air show announcer, Rick,
he's
up
coming.
there.
Here he comes right into the frame, and ta-da!
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Dowdew.
Coming in for taxi cam. We're not worthy, sir. We're not worthy.
But when we talk about it really takes a team. Here we had Rick up on the stand talking,
look at the waggle.
talking to Aaron while we're standing by to our entire team with onboard images and live air show. And I think right now we are heading to the F-22.
Crew Chief Staff Sergeant John Karnock. From Yokota, Japan, Assistant Dedicated Crew Chief Senior Airman Alex Powers. From Newburgh, Oregon, Avionics Technician Staff Sergeant Gavin Gonzalez. From St. Petersburg, Florida, Avionics Technician Senior Airman Nick Wisnowski. From Hampton, Virginia, AFV Specialist Staff Sergeant Taylor Webb. From Canasito, New York, Public Affairs Officer Staff Sergeant Lauren Coben. From Richmond, Virginia, F-22 Demo Team Chief and DJ Technical Sergeant Eric Tolman. From Satellite Beach, Florida, our Safety Officer and Combat-Ready Fighter Pilot, Captain Joey Bodie Stuckey. And your 2025 F-22 Demonstration Fighter Pilot with more than 700 hours flying the F-22 Raptor, from New York Mills, Minnesota, Captain Nicholas Laz Letourneau. You are about to witness the maneuvering capabilities of the most advanced and most lethal fighter aircraft in your United States Air Force. The F-22 you will see today is an unmodified and fully combat-capable aircraft. While we can't show you everything that makes the Raptor the most lethal fighter aircraft in the world, we will show you its raw power and thrust vector maneuvering capabilities as it executes maneuvers that no other fighter aircraft in the world can perform. As today's demonstration begins, from your left, you will see the Raptor execute a maximum power takeoff, producing 70,000 pounds of thrust from its powerful F-119 engines. The Raptor will virtually leap off the runway in an amazing 1,000 feet. In the climb, Cap Letourneau will quickly push the nose of the aircraft and accelerate forward.
Brake release, let's do it.
Double control Raptor 1's rolling for a low show. Fly good, don't suck.
So now it's time to stand up, move forward, and get ready. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the most feared aircraft in the world today, your United States Air Force's F-22 Raptor. The Raptor's advanced flight controls combined with its powerful engines allow the F-22 to pull more than 9 times the force of gravity. Watch from the right as the Raptor demonstrates its tight turn capability with a minimum radius horizontal turn, then power straight up into the vertical. firepower of the Raptor comes in any combination of up to 8 missiles and 8 precision satellite-guided bombs. The F-22 is the first supersonic, multi-role, and highly agile stealth fighter in the world with a fully internal combat weapons load. Ready your cameras as the Raptor banks it from the left and cycles its weapons bay doors. Gentlemen, we would like to dedicate this pass to the men and women of the armed forces and their families who serve with them. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance, and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. The F-22's slow-speed handling characteristics are phenomenal. Watch now as Captain Letourneau repositions the aircraft to crowd left, reduces the power, slowing the Raptor down to less than 90 knots, and loads up on high angle of attack. After the pass, you'll once again feel the raw power of the jet as Captain Letourneau lights those afterburners and climbs straight into the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Raptor's slow speed pass. The F-22 possesses the capability to reach speeds and altitudes that make it virtually untouchable, even without using its afterburners. Accelerating from 90 knots to over 600, Captain Turno will now reposition for a high-speed pass, showcasing just a fraction of the aircraft's super cruise and full-speed capability. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom's Thunder on the high-speed pass. Watch once more as the Raptor approaches from show left. Demonstrates its tight turn capability with another sustained 9G minimum radius horizontal turn, then powers straight into the vertical. The F-22 will now set up to perform a Hoover pitch. This maneuver is a double knife edge separated by an inverted tuck, followed by a pitch to line up in preparation for landing. This will be another great opportunity to catch the Raptor on your camera during our demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, named after the late legendary Bob Hoover, the Raptor's Hoover pitch. ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration. We hope you enjoyed this brief display of only a fraction of the F-22's full combat capability. On behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Adrian Spain, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, thank you for your attendance, thank you for your patriotism, and thank you for your support. Raptors out!
Man, that's a sexy demo, but I gotta tell you, it was so great to have Raz on the set earlier, and now joining us on the set, we have Aaron Deliu. I need to tell you how much our group chat, not even the group chat, the YouTube channel, our Facebook page, lit up with people commenting on you. They're like, don't throw up, mate. How do you do it? That must hurt. Oh my gosh, he's amazing. It was like bananas how fast the comments were coming in. Well done.
Thank you so much. I gave 100%. I'm still sweating. I've just met with the audience, and just the energy is amazing here. Such a cool vibe, right?
It is.
Yeah.
And we were on set. You were talking to us on the camera and waving at us and giving us thumbs up, and we were like waving back. You could see
as if you could see us, right? You could see us.
Yeah, I could. In my mind's eye. No, I was there. I was pulling some G's too. There's a couple of things I worked out. I'm like, I can play with a camera at this point and that point. Worked it in, and I'm glad you guys got to see it.
How does he talk through? How do you talk through this just like you're having a casual conversation? I can't walk up a flight of stairs. I mean, I work out. I'm exaggerating, but still, how do you do it?
A lot of practice, actually. To be honest, I didn't have to practice that much. It came very naturally. Me and my partner, we trained a lot together and just doing, and we talking on the radio, just casually having conversation while I'm doing things. I was like, hang on, we can incorporate this and bring the crowd into the cockpit, which you guys take it one step further with that camera. It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, like as we're watching you right now in our instant replay, it's very ESPN sort of game day, like sports, we've got, look at you. Yeah.
That's it.
You really did figure that out.
Yeah, that's when I'm hovering right there, and it is a lot of work to keep that plane there, but I made sure I had a moment to look at that camera. I mean, there's people from all over the world, right, watching?
Yeah. Oh, we have
so cool.
folks in Australia, Poland, you name it. So,
hey, Australia.
Yeah.
Yakshimash, Poland.
Yeah. It's been really cool. You opened up the window there so you could...
I waved.
You could hear us.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see my hand, but I actually waved, and I tried to listen. I bring my ear close when I was trying.
We were screaming.
Good. I heard you, Britt.
Well, listen, the last thing I want to ask you, I'm just checking to make sure it's not going to get super noisy. The last thing I want to ask you is tell me a little bit about how your aerobatic competency informed the way you fly air shows, because they're one and the same, and you're the real deal.
Thank you. My big thing was trying to elevate myself through competition. So before I really focused on air shows was develop that skill, practice, and compete against the world's best. And then I thought, you know what, I'm done kind of achieving those results. I want to share and connect with the audience. And I'm in that new chapter of my life where I want to inspire the next generation. And it is about to get noisy with the legendary Laz. He inspires more than anyone. He is a legend.
Aaron, we have to say thank you to all of us. You really gave us a performance with onboard images and live airshow TV, and what an experience. We're just so lucky to have been able to go through this with you, and we can't wait for more.
It's my pleasure. You can always put a camera in my plane anytime.
Thank you.
All right, did we do a selfie today?
Oh, see, get yourself
selfie
here.
time.
Okay, we're getting something. Then we'll toss it up to Kevin Coleman. Smile. Love this for us. It's good to be us.
See you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank
See
you.
ya. Bye, you guys. See the F-22 coming in right now, getting ready to be done for the day after putting on a phenomenal show out here. You know it's good when the fighter pilots here at this Master Jet base decide to get their cameras out and take a look at what's going on above. Filming that on their phones. Pretty good day indeed. Onboard images, Patriot Production Group, as well as Live Air Show TV in concert with Nexcom and everybody else who comes together to help us tell the good story about what's happening here.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, those tuning in with us, it is time for Kevin Coleman. Kevin Coleman joining us from Louisiana, a Red Bull Air Race Challenge class contender and U.S. Advanced Aerobatic pilot, and a graduate of Louisiana Tech University with a degree in aviation management. Back in the cockpit again, you can see Kevin Coleman flying the 300 SHP, a high-performance, purpose-built aerobatic aircraft, about 1,200 pounds and over 4 400 horsepower. Let's talk a little bit more about Kevin Coleman. Born into an aviation and air show family, his father was an aerobatic pilot. He took his first aerobatic lesson at the age of 10 with Hall of Fame Marion Cole in a decathlon. You can see there the number of championships that he has won in the Red Bull Air races. Again, working with his father, soloing, and then being mentored under Marion Cole, soloed on his 16th birthday and earned his private pilot's license at the age of 17, and his very first air show when he was just 18 years old. And here he is, a camera in the cockpit with Red Bull and the extra. You can see the roll rate of the extra. It's over 400 degrees per second, and Kevin is pushing it to the max. Explosive, aggressive maneuvers, rapid rolls, and he continues non-stop aerobatics. Kevin has over 2,500 hours of flying time, the highest placing first-time competitor at the 2007 Aerobatic Championship at just 17 years old. He took third place the following year in the same event, was also on the U.S. Advanced Aerobatic Team, and first American to compete in the Red Bull Air Race Challenger class. 3 race wins and 2 podium finishes in just 3 years. Now we have a special treat coming up in just a moment as we have Kevin Coleman taking it to the skies, absolutely tearing it up. We had a Lambo from Precision Exotics heading out to the runway to do a little bit of a race.
We have a live camera in there now. Oh, yeah, we're going to see how that goes here in a minute, guys. Stay tuned, as they say.
Oh, well, this is going to be fun. Red Bull Air Force a member of the performing team, promotes aviation and inspires the next generation of pilots in air shows across the U.S. as he hangs on the prop. Look at the concentration in the cockpit right now, just hovering. He actually looks pretty calm and cool. He's been doing this a little bit. Look at that right there. Red Bull popping in our sky today. The camera is capturing it beautifully as he brings it all the way down. Surface level waiver competition pilot, and you can see why. And we are just looking. He has smoked out the field right now. I can see him there. There's the Lambo going through the smoke as Kevin Coleman is upside down. That's Eric Nelson with Precision Exotics. Look at that race. Kevin, I think, cheated just a little bit because he ran that smoke all the way down the runway, causing a little fogginess, so to speak. Again, a special thank you to Eric Nelson with Precision Exotics. What a race it was. Eric himself, 15 years in the service, and Precision Exotics is all about aviation and exotic cars. And given a little tease as they're racing back. There's the onboard image.
They got
Look
it.
at, they got the camera in there.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, so much fun. And Steph, we're still not done.
No, we're getting ready to see the Blue Angels in action. I'm quite confident. I just know Eric Nelson at Precision Exotics is going to come on board when we do our next interview here and give us quite a show now that we've watched Kevin and Eric race. Look, we're joined now by Greg Courier. He is the NAS Oceana Air Show director. And Greg, you're a believer in this, and you do such a good job of making us feel a part of this broader family. But the purpose of this air show is to really bring the community and the kids together. Tell me about all that.
That's right. I mean, Stephanie, you hit it perfectly on the head. Community and bringing the kids together. We have an amazing partnership with our city and our local surrounding community. Virginia Beach Police, Virginia Beach Public Works, EMS, Fire. We all work together to put on this event. And the school systems. We bring the entire 5th grades of Virginia Beach and Chesapeake out here for a STEM field trip. And it's nothing short of amazing, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Brittany and I love doing this.
We have said it's been synergy from start to finish, and you have so many kudos this morning.
Oh boy.
In break. And now I'm
just saying this because Precision Exotics is here. Here it comes.
Hold on.
He's coming right at us. You can't see it yet, but
Hey, that's our airfield. What's he doing? Kidding, guys. Kidding. He's cleared.
All right, take care. You gonna make him clean that up?
We might.
Now you have put.
Speaking of kudos.
Speaking of kudos, you have put so much time, effort, and energy, and you constantly thank your team. What is it like for you on the last day of the air show? I said to you, pause and take it in. What was that moment you took in?
Well, watching all of the kids running around, and they're in their Blue Angels flight suits and shirts and Oceana Air Show shirts and sweatshirts, and looking up at the sky, and some of them have cameras, and they're the time of their lives, and that's why we do it. So yes, I took a moment to take a pause. I'm going to take one after the Blues land, but then we have a whole flight line to clean up and get ready to go back to normal operations.
How do you pull this lineup together?
The lineup, you know, Oceana's been an annual show since 1953. Minus 8 or so years, but we have quite the brand, and we continue with hospitality and taking care of people, and I think the air show industry can see that, and I'm proud of that.
All right, the Blue Angels. This is the staple. This is the glue, right? But this is very important for folks out here to see this. So tell me about working with them, sort of as a legacy partner of this air show.
Well, the United States Navy Blue Angels. Yes, you said it perfectly, is a legacy partner of the show. We are the master jet base on the East Coast for the Navy, meaning we have all of the carrier-borne aircraft, the same aircraft that the Blue Angels fly here, 16 squadrons of them. So the legacy of the Blue Angels is incredible, and we're proud to host them year after year.
Now, Greg, we have to say thank you. I shared this story before, but one of the pilots that's based here who was up with Air and Power Demo came up to us afterwards, and he said, thank you for having the live stream and it broadcasted. I'm from Romania.
He's on exchange here flying.
My parents have never seen me fly, and today they got to see me fly for the first time. What does that mean to you, bringing the broadcast along with everything you have here on the grounds? What's that mean to you?
That's so special to hear that story. I haven't heard that yet, so thank you for telling me that. And I think I've told both of you, thank you guys for what you do and helping us stream this around the world. The Navy's proud of Oceana, and we're proud of Oceana, and we want to show it off. And to broaden our viewer base through live air show is fantastic.
Now, as we come to a close this weekend, we have the cameras there. What's your message to everyone who came out to be a part of this celebration of 250 years of America's Navy?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come again next year. We'll be ready for you, and we're going to continue to do this year after year. So again, thank you.
Greg Courier, thank you so much for stopping by, taking the time. Yeah, this is.
Let's do it.
Take a selfie, and we're going to send it to the commercial break and come back in just a minute with the Blue Angels.
Awesome.
That was amazing.
Appreciate you.
That was so
You guys
good.
make it easy.
Wait until you go see the burnout behind us. Oh.
Are you ready for an air show?
Violent washing machine.
Coming in hot.
and gentlemen, it is that time. You can see Major Scott Locks going out right now. We're going to turn things over to the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, who will be flying wingtip to wingtip. And at this time, as he walks out, he is waiting for us to give the toss. In just a moment, my heart's racing.
This is really neat as we watch him. I want to make sure as soon as I see him put that microphone to his mouth, I'll stop talking. But you've got to watch the taxi out here. Our camera angles are just fantastic.
And here we go, the Blue Angels.
And videos, as well as a behind-the-scenes look at our organization and how we operate. The Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels, is the oldest performing U.S. military aviation demonstration team. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have brought naval aviation to men and women of all ages across America. We were first based at Naval Air Station, Jacksonville, Florida, flying F-6F Hellcats. We continued flying Grumman Corporation aircraft for 22 years, transitioning in late 1946 to the more powerful and faster F-8F Bearcat. In 1950, we transitioned to jet aircraft with the straight-wing F-9 F-2 Panther, the predecessor of the swept-wing F-9 F-8 Cougar, which we received in 1955. In 1957, the Blue Angels became equipped with high-performance aircraft with the arrival of the supersonic F-11F Tiger. In 1969, we received the McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom and flew this supersonic jet until 1974, when we transitioned to the A-4 Skyhawk. In 1987, we acquired the F-18 Hornet and demonstrated its reliability over 34 show seasons. We are now in our 5th year of flying the combat-proven Boeing F/A-18 Super Hornet. The pilots and crew chiefs will now start the General Electric engines that power the F-18. The noise level will soon become too high for you to hear a description of the checks they will be performing. However, please note that each aircraft was carefully inspected by expert Blue Angels maintenance personnel prior to this afternoon's aerial demonstration. The Blue Angels fly the Boeing F/A-18 Super Hornet, a multi-mission strike fighter, versions of which have been operational throughout the fleet since 2001. The Blue Angels taxi in tight formation, just as you will see them perform here this afternoon. This degree of precision has been a trademark of the Blue Angels since first established 79 years ago. 16 officers and 120 enlisted personnel comprise the Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron. Pilots 1 through 4 fly in the diamond formation, showcasing the precision flying required of all Navy and Marine Corps aviators, while pilots 5 and 6 fly as solos, demonstrating the maximum performance capability of the aircraft. Once again, I am Major Scott Locks from Chantilly, Virginia, Blue Angel number 7, the narrator for the flight demonstration and the pilot for the key influencer and media personnel we normally fly at each show site. Blue Angel number 8, Lieutenant Commander Lily Montana from Vienna, Virginia, is the Squadron Naval Flight Officer and Events Coordinator. Commander Bryce Aubuchon from Washington, Missouri, serves as the Squadron's Executive Officer. Our Marine Corps C-130 pilots are Major Sam Petco from Osceola, Indiana, Captain Isaac Becker from Austin, Texas, and Major Josh Horman from Kansas City, Missouri. Lieutenant Commander Natalia Lucetti, our maintenance officer from Mayahuez, Puerto Rico, is responsible for the men, women, and equipment that keep our aircraft flying. From Jackson Center, Ohio, the Blue Angel flight surgeon is Captain Jen Murr. From Dayton, Ohio, our supply officer is Lieutenant Mara Mason. And from Hagerstown, Maryland, our public affairs officer is Lieutenant Ben Bouchon. Our Boeing technical representatives are Mr. Jack Ralph from Fort Worth, Texas, Mr. Todd Lawson from Tigard, Oregon, and Mr. Landy Harnischfager from Nantucket, Massachusetts. Our financial management analyst is Mrs. Amanda Willenberg from Warrenton, Virginia, and our administration specialist is Mr. Aries Wilkins from Columbia, South Carolina. Now, to the left, Commander Brian calls smoke on, off, brakes now, burners ready now, and the Blue Angel Diamond is rolling. As they pass before you, you will notice that the smoke is no longer visible while the engines are in afterburner. As the Diamond exits to the right, watch as Commander Brian executes a reversal turn, bringing the formation back toward the flight line. Very shortly, all 4 Diamond pilots will be approaching for the first of the Diamond maneuvers. Back to the right, Blue Angel 5 is rolling and will complete the dirty roll on takeoff. Now from the left, Blue Angel 6 is rolling. He'll execute a precise low transition, roll his aircraft 180 degrees, and exit behind the crowd to the right. The Blue Angel Diamond will momentarily be making its approach from the right. In relatively slow speed flight, they will give you an opportunity to get a close look at the precision flying that produces the 18-inch wingtip to canopy separation between these 4 aircraft. From the right,
The Blue Angel Diamond!
in a display of precision flying, the 2 solo pilots will soon cross over center point with minimum separation. Approaching center point nose to nose, Commander Zimmerman and Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell will roll their aircraft a 90 degrees angle of bank and cross canopy to canopy as they perform the opposing knife edge pass. The Diamond is approaching to give you another look at their precision formation flying. From the right, at 350 miles per hour, the Blue Angel Diamond Flat Pass. The two solo pilots will next demonstrate the inverted flight capability of the F-18. Approaching inverted from the left and right, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, crossing over center point. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted rolls. To the left, the Diamond is setting up for their next maneuver. Approaching center point, on Commander Bryan's command, all four pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Diamond aileron roll. Here's Commander Bryan. Pilots and aviation enthusiasts who appreciate the difficulties associated with carrier aviation will enjoy this next maneuver, demonstrated by the two solo pilots. To the right, Commander Zimmerman and Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell will establish a mirror image formation. However, look closely as both aircraft are in the carrier landing configuration as they approach for a maneuver we call the Fortus. For Navy and Marine Corps pilots who must land their aircraft on the small and sometimes pitching deck of an aircraft carrier at sea, slow-speed flight is just as important as high-speed flight. In order to demonstrate the dirty, slow-speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet, Commander Bryan has called for the extension of the landing gear and tailhooks by the four Diamond pilots, while Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell in Blue Angel number 6 attempts to overtake them by center point at airspeeds approaching 600 miles per hour. From the left, the dirty, clean flat pass. To the left, Commander Zimmerman is approaching to demonstrate the maximum performance turn rate of the F-18. He'll execute a 7.5G afterburning turn. As the 4 Diamond pilots approach once again, you should notice 2 significant modifications. The wingmen, Commander Kilty and Major Wilkins, maintain minimum wingtip to canopy separation. However, the flight leader and slot pilot are both in the inverted position. From the right, the Blue Angel double farvel. From behind the spectator area, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are approaching the flight line at 400 miles per hour. Having rolled their aircraft 270 degrees and crossed with minimum separation, watches both pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their aircraft over show center. The 4 Diamond pilots are now stacked down and aft on a 45-degree bearing line to form a right echelon formation. From the right, at 378 miles per hour, the Blue Angel Echelon Parade. Setting up for their next maneuver, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are converging on center point to demonstrate the rapid roll rate of the F-18's fly-by-wire flight control system. Crossing center point, they will complete 2 consecutive rolls, totaling 720 degrees, with a combined closure rate of over 800 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing horizontal rolls. To the left, Commander Bryan is calling for a formation change, shifting the wingman into a left echelon formation. From the left, at 350 miles per hour, the Blue Angel left echelon flat pass. As they exit to the right, watch as the 3 wingmen smoothly shift back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Now that Blue Angels 5 and 6 have your attention, you have witnessed firsthand the ability of a tactical aircraft at high speed to sneak into a target area virtually undetected. Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell will complete the maneuver with the left turnout, while Commander Zimmerman completes his rendezvous with the diamond to the right. To the right, Commander Zimmerman has joined the diamond in a line abreast formation. Still maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now align themselves by looking 90 degrees from their flight path toward Commander Bryan's aircraft. From the right, at 350 miles per hour, the 5-plane line abreast flat pass. As they exit to the left, Commander Bryan calls for another formation change prior to detaching Blue Angel number 5. You have seen several flight profiles of the F-18. The 2 solo pilots will next demonstrate precision roll rate control. Crossing center point, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 4-point hesitation roll. From behind the crowd, Commander Bryan is rolling out the diamond formation for another dynamic maneuver, the low brake cross. Approaching center point, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they will perform a reversal turn back toward the flight line. You should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all 4 aircraft converge on center point with maximum closure and minimum separation. Back to the right, the 2 solo pilots are making their approach to the flight line. Approaching center point, they will simultaneously roll their aircraft 420 degrees in section. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuck over roll. In front of the crowd to the left, Commander Brian is rolling out the Diamond to demonstrate the awesome power of these General Electric F-414 engines. Let's listen as Commander Brian calls for the selection of Afterburner by the 4 Diamond pilots. As they pass through the show center, you will hear and feel the thunder of 8 engines producing 168,000 pounds of thrust.
Cover left. Now comes the pull. A little more pull.
To the right, Commander Zimmerman and Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell are approaching to demonstrate the slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet in the clean configuration. They'll pass before you virtually standing Blue Angels 5 and 6 on their tails. At less than 120 miles per hour, the fly-by-wire flight controls provide the slow speed handling that sets the Super Hornet apart in the air-to-air arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Section High Alpha Pass. The Blue Angels, home based in Pensacola, Florida, completed an intensive winter training period at Naval Air Facility El Centro, California. The beautiful weather of the Imperial Valley provided us with the optimum conditions to fly each of the demonstration pilots on the 120 training flights necessary prior to our first public demonstration. Our show season opened on the 15th of March and runs through early November. The Blue Angels will perform 65 flight demonstrations this season while visiting 33 cities throughout the United States. The next portion of our flight demonstration will feature all 6 aircraft flying in formation. The Blue Angel Delta has been our signature 6-plane formation since 1958. Behind the crowd to the right, the 2 solo pilots have joined the Diamond to form the Blue Angel Delta. To the right, the Delta is setting up for their first maneuver. Approaching center point, all 6 aircraft will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Delta aileron roll. Let's listen in. From the left, at 400 miles per hour, all 6 aircraft are approaching for the maneuvering Delta. As they pass over center point, you should get a good look at the Delta set used by the 5 wingmen. For a description of our maneuvers, as well as an in-depth look at our team and individual biographies, we invite you to visit our website and follow us on social media, including Facebook and Instagram. In front of the crowd, Commander Brian is rolling out the Delta for a head-on maneuver. As they pass overhead, you should get a good look at our signature Delta formation. Now, directly before you, the Blue Angel Delta. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence, spanning 114 years of naval aviation. The 2025 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. From the left, your 2025 Blue Angels. One of the unique demands placed upon naval aviators is that they be able to land their aircraft on a ship at sea. Whether it be a tactical jet, a propeller-driven aircraft, or a helicopter, each requires skill which the naval aviator must master. In order to perfect this skill, Navy and Marine Corps pilots spend a great deal of time in the landing pattern, practicing carrier approaches. In front of you now, Commander Brian and his wingmen are demonstrating a simulated carrier pattern. Approaching the runway from the left, Commander Brian is confirming that the landing checks have been completed and that each aircraft is, in fact, ready to land. Rolling out on final, they make constant power and lineup corrections, maintaining the optimum rate of descent for the proper touchdown point. The demonstration pilots you have been watching perform here this afternoon are but a small part of the Blue Angels team. The men and women standing before you in blue uniforms are members of the elite Blue Angel maintenance crew. Through hard work, many long hours, and unselfish dedication, they have each year for the past 79 years provided us with the aircraft availability necessary to perform each of these flight demonstrations. As the aircraft taxi back, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the Blue Angel maintenance crew. Our Command Master Chief, Matthew Dawson from Racine, Wisconsin. Maintenance Master Chief, Hector Viramontes from Pico Rivera, California. Maintenance Chiefs, Carolina Barrio from Armenia, Colombia. Bradley Jordan from Jacksonville, Florida. Crew Coordinator, Cameron Myers from Atlanta, Georgia. Anthony Munoz from Tampa, Florida. Crew Chief Number 1, Kirk Coco from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. First Mech Paint Shop, Nathan Reichert from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Crew Chief Number 2, Adriana Sanchez from Brooklyn, New York. First Mech Life Support, Tredino Taylor from Nassau, Bahamas. Crew Chief Number 3, Marcos Ivy from Keystone Heights, Florida. First Mech Life Support, Jasper Enriquez from Spring, Texas. Crew Chief Number 4, Leon Grant from Fayetteville, North Carolina. First Mech Airframes, Ashley Delorbe from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Crew Chief Number 5, Jerry Fain from Dunlap, Tennessee. First Mech Power Plants, Jose Sanchez from Lincolnton, North Carolina. Crew Chief number 6, Rachel Luckett from Detroit, Michigan. First Mech Power Plants, Avery Collins from Morristown, Tennessee. Crew Chief number 7, Cody Farrell from Long Island, New York. Christopher Parr from Louisville, Kentucky. Runway Truck Alert Crew, Jonathan Kisnowski from Brooksville, Florida. Kyle Beck from Mesa, Arizona. Spencer Graybill from Dothan, Alabama. Randall Sons from Asheville, North Carolina. Jose Cruz from Corpus Christi, Texas. Quality Assurance Representative Chelsea Jenkins from Duval County, Florida. Aerospace Medicine Technician Brandon Crawford from Puyallup, Washington. Public Affairs Representative Taryn Hartman from Chula Vista, California. Video Technician String Ma from Hong Kong. Shaheem Rhodes from Rochester, New York. Logistics Support Representatives Brianna Barrientos from Austin, Texas. Masha Berger from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Maintenance Control Representative Sarah Clapp from Palm Coast, Florida. Music Choreographer Danielle Williams from Albuquerque, New Mexico. C-130 Crew Lauren Song from Aurora, Colorado. Matthew Thompson from Woodstock, Georgia. Bailey Dorr from Wagoner, Oklahoma. Brian Rakier from Durham, Maine. Maintenance Support Personnel Bill Kelly from Long Branch, New Jersey. Faith Wooten from Warner Robins, Georgia. Ross Alexander from Somerville, Georgia. Richard Wise from Hopkins, Minnesota. Douglas Kramer from Detroit, Michigan. Catherine Casabar from Eva Beach, Hawaii. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Blue Angel Maintenance Crew. Taxiing before you now, the Blue Angels will momentarily be turning into the parking area. After completing a short maintenance debrief, the team will come to the crowd line, where you will have an opportunity to meet them. As they step away from their aircraft, I would like to take one final opportunity to introduce the demonstration pilots you have been watching perform here this afternoon. Having secured their engines, the pilots will simultaneously exit their aircraft on a signal from Commander Brian. It has been an honor and our pleasure to perform for you here at Naval Air Station Oceana this, our 40th flight demonstration of the 2025 season. Ladies and gentlemen, flying Blue Angel number 6, the opposing solo from Freeport, Maine, Lieutenant Commander Connor O'Donnell. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead solo from Baltimore, Maryland, Commander Thomas Zimmerman. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from Georgetown, Texas, Lieutenant Commander Wes Perkins. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from Beaufort, South Carolina, Major Brandon Wilkins. Flying Blue Angel number 2, the right wingman from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Commander Jack Kilty. Flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels from Canton, Connecticut, Commander Adam Bryan. Ladies and gentlemen, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2025 Blue Angels.
And that is a show. What a day it has been out here at NAS Oceana as we take a look. The pilots in the demonstration for the Blue Angels. Now Goldie just walking by us, the team narrator right there. This and the camera angles, folks, bringing you right up into the cockpit. That's been a blast, Brittany.
A very special thank you to everyone involved. A thank you to NEXCOM and celebrating 250th anniversary of the Navy. We ended on that note. Congratulations, NAS Oceana. It has truly been a privilege to be here and to bring it to all of you. A special thank you to Onboard Images for some amazing work, Patriot Production Group, as well as Live Air Show TV, and of course to my amazing co-host, Steph Strickland.
Always a pleasure to be joined by Brittany Pygis, who has her sparkly shoes. I told her you guys had, you had to see them. They're the lucky shoes. Hey, we do want to let you know before we let you go that Live Air Show TV will be on next in Biloxi, Mississippi for the first weekend in November for the Keesler Air Force Base show. So be sure to check it out there. But in the meantime, Brittany, that is a wrap, as we say in the business. Thank you to the global community. We've got Leslie Ward saying hi, Shy from Ormond by the Sea, Florida, Cesar Nito from Brazil. Folks, you checked in from all over the planet. And you know what, Brittany? I say to you guys, let's take a selfie with them.
Let's
all
do
right,
it.
Here we go. Get in before we say goodnight. And that, my friends, is a wrap. We'll see you soon.